Call to order the 1610th meeting of the General Student Senate and the 10th meeting of the 47th session. Notice that this meeting is being broadcast via Zoom and the recording will be publicly available on YouTube. I'll now read the related acknowledgement. The University of Maine recognizes that it's located on Marsh Island in the homeland of the Penobscot Nation, where issues of water and territorial rights and encroachment upon sacred sites are ongoing. Penobscot homeland is connected to the other Wabanaki tribal nations, Passamaquoddy, Maliseet, and Micmac, through kinship, alliances, and diplomacy. The university also recognizes that the Penobscot Nation and the other Wabanaki tribal nations are distinct, sovereign, legal, and political entities, their own powers of self-governance and self-determination. Would clerk please call the roll?
President Trump.
Here.
VP Shelmerdine.
Here.
VP Bone.
Here.
VP Lehman.
Here.
VP Thompson.
Here.
VP Fine. Here. Director Arafat. Here. Commissioner Stankovitz.
Here.
Representative Britton.
Here.
Advisor Sadelko.
Here.
Senator LaMadrid.
Here.
Senator Oldfield.
Here.
Senator Birchmar.
Here.
Senator Rivera.
Here.
Senator Pellet. Senator Stewart.
Here.
Senator Rideout.
Here.
Senator Soper.
Here.
Senator Zilog.
Here.
Senator Collmore.
Here.
Senator Sparks. Senator Crowdy.
Here.
Senator Whitehead.
Here.
Senator Sutker.
Here.
Senator Donovan.
Here.
Senator Cummings.
Here.
Senator Joy.
Here.
Senator Schultz.
Here.
Senator St. Pierre.
Here.
Senator DeLorme.
Here.
Senator St. Lawrence.
Here.
Senator Lebec.
Here.
Senator Cowan.
Here.
Senator Santaniello.
Here.
Senator Inman.
Coming.
Senator Dana.
Here.
Senator Smith.
Here.
Senator Goodspeed.
Here.
Senator Zura.
Here.
Senator Verlat.
Here.
Senator Van Beek.
Here.
Representative Pellet.
Here.
Representative Brunner.
Here.
Representative Karpinski.
Here.
Representative Bangkok.
Here.
Representative Emery.
Here.
Representative Gamble.
Here.
Representative Abed.
Here.
Representative Tremblay.
Here.
Representative Ferdragodon.
Here.
Senator Sparks did come in. I missed anybody?
I'm now looking for approval of the 3/24/26 minutes in this agenda. Senator DeLorme.
I move to approve the 3/24/26 minutes on this agenda. Second.
Hearing a second, if it's declared the Senate, that is. We'll now move into general good welfare, where any non-member may address the GSS for no more than 5 minutes. Do we have any speakers? Seeing none. We'll now move into club maintenance, starting with Omega Chi Epsilon for preliminary recognition.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jacob Levesque. I am the current president and founder of the UMaine branch of Omega Chi Epsilon. I'll give you guys an update on what that is. That is a chemical engineering honor society, essentially geared towards recognizing top of their class for juniors and seniors, and essentially trying to move us forward as a class of chemical engineering majors, making sure that we're here on campus, acting with each other, and promoting our academics, but also promoting good stewardship, stuff like that. We just had our first initiation last semester, kind of gaining some membership. We currently have 10 members. We have another initiation happening next week with 5 currently slotted, including graduate students and undergrads. So yeah, at the moment, we have one big event coming up in April to kind of work with the chemical engineering department as a whole to get people to know what we are and what we do. Which is it's a graduate potluck. So essentially, like anybody who's coming to that is going to learn more about research and graduate school opportunities, catered towards undergrads and networking. And yeah, that's what we have so far. If anybody has any questions.
Any questions for our speakers? President Tripp.
So, from what I understand, there seems to be a lot of organizations in and outside of the chemical engineering department. I'm thinking of a few that you also run. Do you think that there was a need for this one in particular? What was that need and what set it apart from those others?
Sure. So one of the organizations that I run is happy after a number of times asking for money. That does have a lot of chemical engineers, right? So does AT, which I know Kenzie can speak to a little bit if it comes to that. This organization here is mainly to promote those who are maybe not necessarily as involved in those clubs, and there are people that have joined Omega Chi Epsilon that aren't active in AICHE every week or whenever we host events. It allows them to essentially contribute in their own way, because a lot of people will see an academic honor society and say that this is something that they want to be a part of for either larger networking opportunities or graduate opportunities later down the line. The Maine Chi Epsilon does cater a lot toward graduate students as well as standard undergrads who are looking to become graduate students later, whereas AICHE might not cater to that as much. So it kind of tends more towards just the upperclassmen, really trying to make a mark if they haven't been. But there is some overlap, I can't acknowledge that.
Are there any more questions for our speaker? Senator Tucker.
Is there as an honor society, is there some sort of like fee that you have to look at?
Yeah, so there is a national fee that OXD collects as a like a dues for that, that's $20. And then we as a collective also collect 15 from everybody for operational expenses, whether that be us paying for souls or sport or like or other things that we choose to do. Because I mean, we've been trying to do volunteering stuff on campus. The Process Development Center in Dinesh Hall has welcomed us to volunteering to help out with K-12 outreach there. There's a number of students that have come through, about 10 to 20 students, sometimes upwards of 40. We've been able to help out with that in collaboration with AICHE. So a lot of the money that we're gathering for members, either for nationals or for outreach opportunities like that.
Any more questions? Seeing none, what is the committee's recommendation?
300 on pass.
Senator Moore.
I move to accept the committee's recommendation.
Second.
Hearing a second, we'll now move into discussion. Seeing none, debate. Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? All abstaining? Seeing a clear majority in the affirmative, that passes. Senator Cowan.
I motion to add boxing club for final recognition of their club maintenance.
Second.
Hearing a second, we'll now enter discussion. Seeing none, debate. Seeing none, all those in favor? All opposed? All abstaining? The clear majority, that passes. Now I'd like to invite a box.
Hey guys, my name is Ian Jackson. I'm president of the Boxing Club here at UMaine. We meet in the foster room of the rec center Mondays and Wednesdays, and essentially our goal as a club is to provide a safe space, words are hard, for people looking either just for basic conditioning, they want to shake up the way they're training, or for people who want to compete at the amateur level. I competed through the club 4 times last year, and through them, I became the first collegiate student in the state of Maine to win an amateur boxing event. I'd like to give other people a similar opportunity to do that. And our overarching goal as a club for next year is to host an amateur boxing event on campus. Right now, we're just working on building funding and sponsors, and also making sure that anybody in the club who wants to participate is ready for a fight. It would be irresponsible of me and everyone involved to send someone to get punched in the head for 6 minutes. That's about all I got.
Senator Sparks.
First off, congratulations on that. That's pretty cool.
Thank you.
Second, are you looking to be a sports club?
Yes. I guess we've technically been a sports club, but it was brought to my attention by Jordan yesterday that we kind of haven't had final recognition. I don't know if that was an oversight or if that was something I missed personally.
Are there any other questions? Senator DeLorme.
Where do most of the boxing events happen? I guess in the Northwest, because I can't imagine there are a ton that happen in Maine, but.
Yeah, so for all 4 of the events that I did through the club last year, only one of them was in Maine. It was in Sanford, so I had to drive around for it. And then I fought in Lowell, I fought in Fall River, and I fought in Haverhill. I think that as a sports club, we have a big opportunity to bring a bigger audience to boxing in the Northeast.
Are there any more questions for the speaker? Seeing none, what is the committee's recommendation?
300 on pass.
And now looking for approval, Senator Weber.
I move to approve the committee's recommendation. Second.
Hearing a second, we'll now enter discussion. Seeing none, debate.
Just some context. Boxing Club has already been through the tiers to get up to where they're able to ask for a budget from us and have I believe, received the budget in the past, due to oversight. So we're getting that fixed before the budget meeting tonight.
Any other points for debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? All abstaining? Seeing clear majority in the affirmative, that passes. Seeing nothing on your club presentations, we'll now move into the BPFA traditional report.
Hi, everyone. Our starting projected and allocated for this year, and again, it's still projected is $32,329.79. For returns to an allocated, we have the Muslim Student Commission returning $124.98. For transfers, we have tennis club transferring $75 from lodging to entry fees. IOC is transferring $170 from basketball to the adult. No budget line item for office budgets. We have the United Federation of Fratheringham asking for $200 for PVC to build their own goal, as well as new balls. For allocations from the consent agenda, we have Warhammer Club for $190. For terrain building equipment, they're 3D printing their own, as well as spray paint and food for an upcoming tournament. Toyota is requesting $550 meals and serviceware for their induction. We have no resolutions to send us to the end of the.
I now will the consent agenda. 13 Pierre.
Second.
Only second, if it's a pleasure of Senate, that is approved. Seeing nothing under funding requests or guest speakers, we'll now move into executive reports, starting with the president.
All right, guys. Night is the night. Hope you're all excited for the annual budget meeting. Where the goal will be to kind of move this as smoothly as possible. Obviously, we're not in it just yet, but make sure that we are taking this as seriously as possible. I know that you will. This is the entire next year for student government. And I know that we're working with kind of now for the first time allocating the biggest budget that we've ever allocated. I don't want that to get lost on us, considering last year we allocated for a budget much smaller in anticipation for the raise not to be approved by the board. So just kind of take all of that weight on your shoulders. I know you can handle it, but make sure you're taking it seriously. First off, housekeeping. I want to start by saying that Sophia Del Filippo, did I say that correct? A sister of DZ, who I spoke to last night at the Greek, or the Sorority Rumble, which is a Greek week event. She is a Red Bull ambassador. And when I told her about the long meeting that we were having yesterday, she brought us 3 cases. So I want to do a little round of applause for that. DeFi, not DZ?
Yeah.
That's my bad. Okay, I had it written down wrong. DeFi, so I don't know, that was just really kind of her. She expressed how much work that we do, and just in case this meeting starts to drag on, you have something to keep you awake. So I appreciated that. Next for housekeeping, I sent the K-9 letter and it's been sent to UMPD. The way that I kind of did that was the chief and Officer Dover are the ones that are heading on the UMPD side. So what they're going to decide is kind of which individual makes the most sense for me to write individual letters to, like the president or the foundation, but I'm waiting on some further guidance there. So they were very happy to see that. And I think that this progress is making further progress than it has in a long time, the project, sorry. And I'm excited to see what happens, but it will probably carry into next year. For those of you who will be here, keep an eye on that, and I will make sure that we connect all of those people. Senator Inman will be another core person for that. So be on the lookout for potentially bringing a K-9 again as a morale boost. I don't know if you remember they brought a K-9 from Southern Maine. It seems that they might be looking into doing that again. Next, I want to talk a little bit about some day-to-day things that I don't speak about enough, and I think that it's worth mentioning, which is connecting students to resources. A lot of what I do in my day-to-day, and that don't end up on my reports, is that I have students who just kind of walk up to me and give me a problem to solve, which is always fun. And a lot of that just looks like me connecting them with the administrators or the departments or the other faculty that can help them solve their problem. For instance, last night, Alpha Delta, a brother of Alpha Delta walked up to me asking about how he can work on getting changing rooms near wells for bananas, which Advisor Sadalko hasn't heard about yet, but I'm going to be talking to her about. And the reason I wanted to bring that up is that you all have that same power, and I encourage you to make sure that if you're hearing issues or if you even overhear issues, that you offer up those resources. And if you don't know where to point them, let me know or let one of us know, and we can point them in that direction. A lot of the work that we do in the background is what that looks like. I think all of our executives can kind of attest to that. And I want to make sure I spoke to that before this comes. I'm gone. So next, Senate awardees have been chosen. That will take place, or they will be announced Thursday, April 30th in Minsky Recital Hall at 5 p.m. Please be there. This is a huge day to celebrate all types of student leaders, not just the ones in this room, but 2 leaders in this room will be recognized, and I hope that you'll all be there to support them. Moving into old business, hiring update. Interviews, from what I hear, are going well. I guess I'll let the other executives kind of shine some light on that when we get there. But so I wanted to say thank you to all the committee chairs and members for your hard work. Next week will be the first round of nominations, and those will all be submitted to the Senate. So it's another big week next week. Be prepared for that, and a lot of that will kind of look like us going into executive session and then per position dismissing folks who have applied for those positions and then bringing them back so that we don't dismiss the entire Senate and don't have quorum. But more on that tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but next week. Next, GSG has approved the legal services proposal that I had Sean draft earlier this year to expand legal services to grad students through a payment plan. We'll be working with them to square this away and have some sort of final agreement, which will of course be shared with you in due time. Essentially what this looks like is some sort of payment plan where they allocate, I think that the pilot program that we're going to do is $1,000, and that will just basically cover up to the hourly rate that Sean does advising for graduate students. We thought this made sense for 2 reasons. One, graduate students are always coming to Sean for advice because as much as we put undergraduate on everything, it doesn't seem to stick, and that's okay. That is also true that graduate students are just as in need of legal services as undergrads, if not more in some cases. With the current climate, I thought it was important to extend that all grant, especially because in the past, Sean has just kind of eaten the hours that student government has pretty much been paying to kind of, I mean, maybe I shouldn't say that, but every now and then, Sean has to take time out of his paid time to redirect or help grad students as much as they can. I think this just kind of splits the middle and makes it so it can be full. So I'll give more information on that when that goes. For new business, Silvis Bank meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m. We finally got on the books, but I'll let Senator Oldfield's, I think, report. The paper report will say more. Maybe, yeah. So I'll let you guys read that instead of talking your ear off about it. Next, oh yes, the president's response to the Communication Act to Urge. I hope everybody read through that. That is the first of its kind, from what I understand, at least in modern memory. So I do want to acknowledge and appreciate the major improvements in our relationship with senior administration. I think it's the strongest it's ever been, or at least I've ever seen it. And I'm working toward a memorandum of understanding with Dean Gifford that will outline expectations for acts to urge so that we can continue to get these back perhaps in a little bit more of a timely manner. And that has been a conversation that myself and the vice president has had with the president. She's looking forward to that. So we'll be kind of drafting that up and then hopefully get a signature from myself, vice president, and the president herself on kind of what it looks like when the Senate takes a stance and wants a response from the cabinet. We had, like I said, not our final admin meeting. I guess, I don't know how I did this, but there is another senior admin meeting in April. So I'll drop the agenda of this previous one for your review. I already did my big goodbyes, so it's gonna be kind of awkward. And I think that we've decided that I'm just gonna let President-elect and Vice President-elect take this next one, but I'm sure that they'll handle it. And on top of that, we have our last 2-on-2. So the Vice President and the President and Dean Gifford. So I think that will make up any of that face time that I need. But frankly, my time is done. And I've had plenty of these meetings, and I think that it's time to see the next generation take it on. But yes, that was a little bit embarrassing. My bad. Next, we talked about during that meeting a budget address to the Senate. Vice President Shelberdine will be scheduling a meeting for the relevant administrators, probably CBO Boyden, to attend and discuss the budget, but they would like the Senate to review the town hall beforehand and have some questions ready. So this is good practice. I think this is us doing our due diligence, but larger questions or specific topics we want discussed ahead of time they would like so that they can really have a good answer for us then. But that being said, in the moment questions will be allowed. So I'm going to be dropping that town hall. I expect everyone over the next few weeks to kind of take their time and look that over. I mean, this is a big deal. This is the future of our institution, and we should be making sure that we're getting all of the student side of things, those questions answered and whatnot, And then the vice president will, of course, let us know when Jenny will be attending so that you also have a heads up there. So that is that. I'm sorry for kind of a long report. But final thing, fun thing, Esports Arena live stream. We'll be doing our annual Mario Party. Our semester invite from Bryce Dyer has come in, and we will be playing Mario Party from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. in the Esports Arena for the Extra Life charity. I forgot literally what date that is. If somebody could tell me. It's this Friday, right? Correct?
Yeah.
This Friday?
At
So
5
this-
p.m.
No, that is, so separate to the event that we're hosting, student government will also have our regular Mario Party game from 11 to 1 p.m. on that day. 5 p.m. is the Mario Kart tournament, from what I understand. I'll let the VPSC explain that. But if you guys want to show up and play Mario Party like we do, again, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., please come, and I encourage your peers to watch, share, and donate if they're able to. Again, donations to the Extra Life charity go to pediatric healthcare, including specialized equipment, research, and charitable care for sick or injured children. And with that, that is the end of my report. Let's have a good meeting.
So for my report, last week I had my first meeting with the CLAS dean. To be very frank, I was not very well received as an engineering student, even though half my class is in CLAS. This isn't to deter this concept because this is very well received from the president's office and the provost, and all the other deans are on board. So far, CLAS is reacted rather negatively, and I would hope to rectify that as starting with the group of CLAS senators. I'm going to be sending out a Went meet so we can start a draft of what the bylaws would look like for CLAS, because the structure of the college is so different from the others, and they have a much broader bandwidth of classes offered within them. And so for the meeting, presenting the bylaws to the dean would be, I'm hoping 2 or 3 senators from CLAS accompanying me, and Keegan, as well as Dean Gifford. I've scheduled the other meetings with the other deans for the beginning of April, and as they do have boards of some sort, but not exactly what we're looking for, and they all said that they're open for amending what they have, and some don't even have strict bylaws. They're kind of just concepts that work. So we're really trying to get them to be uniform, and I'm very positive about the reaction we've had to those ones. Next year, when these are all up and running, I'll expect senators to sit on these boards, and I'm hopefully like to have representatives from each college, so you would be able to give a report during Senate. I found that within all the things happening with MCEC, it probably would have been better to have a representative this year to talk about things going on instead of me including it in my report. And I think this would be a great way to really integrate you guys into your colleges and have you directly respond to voicing that in the Senate. Last week, I also had a meeting with the UVAC student chief with Dean Stelman and Gifford, and I feel like it was very productive to reopen the pathway of communication with one of the largest leadership groups on this campus, as UVAC now has 66 members, which is extremely impressive. They shared some of the accolades that they have gotten over the past year, and I want to make a post regarding them, even though they don't fall under one of the clubs or organizations that we oversee because they are separate. They are still the most important fully student-led organization on this campus, as so are we. And so I hope to really help uplift them and all of their accomplishments that they've done. Keegan and I had the meeting as administration on Friday, and I spoke about my struggles with the collaboration with the dean of the SAB initiative. So I'll be getting more institutional support from their end, because they all expressed that they are sorry for that experience, and that experience is separate from what the rest of administration is looking at this project going forward. I had a meeting with the VPFA Boynton, and with our VPFA Bone. And I asked about the AI policy, as it was clarified on Thursday night by a guest speaker for the MCEC Student Advisory Board that the fee would be $20 per credit hour per semester. And so for an average student, that would be an additional $320 per semester. And so per Boynton's opinion, and I want to make that clear, opinion, doesn't think the AI policy would be put into effect as is, because there's been a plethora of pushback from everyone, from faculty to students to administrators. Well, this will be a conversation I continue, because that is not a set in stone thing. That is just an opinion. I have a meeting with facilities this Friday, and I hope you have any questions or concerns, especially regarding all the new changes we've seen on campus. That you asked me and I'll relay that information. Questions or concerns relating to infrastructure, dining, residence halls, campus services and parking. All of them, so please feel free. And that is the end of my report. Now for the Vice President of Financial Affairs.
Hello, everyone. As the Vice President mentioned, I met with Jenny Boyden and the report was basically as I was stated. Tonight's the budget meeting. I hope everybody's excited. The way which it's gonna work is once Lori gives her report, we'll move into a new meeting. We'll close this meeting down, move into a new meeting. Everybody will get new agendas, essentially. Or some other leaders, right? With everybody will get new agendas, we'll follow a different way of presenting. We'll have sports clubs come in after I give a brief overview of general budgetary things, so that we know what our revenue looks like before you hear clubs present on asking for funding. And then we'll go through, we'll have everybody present line by line, and then afterwards we'll go through and we'll have a general understanding of the Senate for a sense of approval line by line in big field. So we have presentations and then we have considerations afterwards, where most of the clubs presenting out of the room, so take good notes. Next, in the upcoming week or so, the Vice President, ADPFA Alden, and I intend to go to the bursar's office to have a meeting so that we can finally get a real allocated figure presented to all of you. But we do need to solidify a few numbers first with the bursar's office. And finally, I just had a lot of hiring this week, and sorry, Keegan, but our final interview is right before EBC, and so you're not gonna get it until late on Friday. That's okay.
I say by Sunday.
Yep, end of report.
Student organizations.
Hey, everyone, I'm gonna keep it very brief tonight because we're in for a long night. SOC met twice this week, once regularly and secondly 10 minutes before this meeting to address the boxing club's recognition before the budget, like I explained. I'm on 4 hiring committees and I think they're all going pretty well. And I'm looking forward to the hiring meeting next week. End of report.
Vice President of Student Entertainment.
Hi, everyone. 383 at Blackbird. 383 tickets at Blackbird Steamos last week. 980 people have registered for the concert on campus groups. We've given out 318 tickets, which is awesome and exciting. I think I will put my report in the thing too for sake of brevity, but then again, the Mario Kart tournament, which is separate from the UMSG section, 24-hour sports thing, is this Friday at 5 p.m. in this room. There's going to be food and drinks and prizes for the winners. Make sure to sign up for the bracket. I think that's going to get extended because I don't know if people signed up, but we got some people to sign up the other day, which is very exciting. But yeah, tell all your friends about it and please count yourselves.
Vice President of Student Leadership.
This week I was very much reminded how multifaceted my position was. Thank you to VP Shomerdine for inviting me to speak in front of the MCEC SAB. I am anticipating filling another Senate seat, which means we'll be 1 seat away from a full Senate. Thank you to Senators Sparks, Weber, Dana, and Inman for waking up at 7 a.m. with me to table this Saturday. If anyone's interested in helping table for the future, please reach out. It's very rewarding to see someone you spoke with at an open house join Senate the next year. Shout out to Senator Rivera for feeding us, and happy belated birthday to Senator Sutker and VP Lehman, and happy early birthday to President Tripp.
Advice to the student government. No report. Are there any questions for the executive reports?
It's a question for VP Fang. I believe there's one more senator whose birthday it is today.
Yes. One staring directly down at this paperwork.
Like actual birthday?
Today.
Happy birthday, Senator Collmore.
That was planned. I thought it would mean more time from Keegan, so I personally left it out.
Are there any more questions for the executives? Seeing none, I'd like to look for a motion to skip past periodic reports, standing committees, special committees, board reports, negotiating reports, and moving to business. That will be,
Can I ask a question first? Yes. Should we have DOT and FTPC and DOT give a report?
did they already give paper reports?
I don't report. Okay. I'd like to present a motion to suspend the rule and get from the end of the executive report to new business and have everyone else send their report in this in a chat on paper.
Hearing a second, will now enter discussion. Seeing none, debate. Seeing none, all those in favor, all opposed, all abstaining, seeing clear majority in the affirmative, passive. Now, to new business, starting with 47 tests for well 70. Reformatting fair election practices commission guidelines.
So this is just changing the formatting of the document. It changes no words within the document. This is just the first step that we have to do so that when we go ahead and change all the words over the next week or so, everything will be in the correct format. And then we can bring it to you guys, and that will be a bigger debate, but this changes nothing except kind of the headers on things like that kind of thing, like the actual format.
Are there any questions for our speaker? Seeing none, what is the committee's recommendation?
500 as a packet.
Senator Dana. Hearing a second, will now enter discussion. Seeing none, debate. Seeing none, all those in favor, all opposed, all abstaining. Seeing clear majority in the affirmative, that passes. Seeing nothing else under main motions or executive session, will now enter special orders and announcements where any member of UMSG may address the JSS for no more than 5 minutes.
I just put together a little Google Doc. If you could drop your reports onto that Google Doc instead of just like throughout the chat, I think that's probably better for organizing, period. So just like position and then copy and paste. Does that work for everybody? Cool.
Senator Cowan.
Also happening this Friday, which is April 3rd, Triota is hosting their own version of the Vagina Monologues, which is a feminist episodic play based on interviews with over 200 women in the 90s about their relationship with bodies and their vaginas in like social context and like acceptance of their bodies. That'll be at the Wilson Center, which is the multi-faith space just off campus at 6 p.m. It's completely free, but we're going to be raising money for Make a Water, a local nonprofit. And on April 24th at 5 p.m. in the Bay War Room is going to be Take Back the Night, which is a really, really important event about supporting survivors of sexual assault and hopefully ending the stigma about that on college campuses. That's going to be co-hosted with all Maine women, and it's on us. So if either of those interest you, I really encourage you to attend.
Any more special orders and announcements? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
President Tripp.
Here.
VP Shelmerdine.
Here.
VP Ball.
Here.
VP Lehman.
Here.
VP Thompson.
Here.
VP Fang. Here. Director Erica. Here. Commissioner Stankovitz.
Here.
Representative Britton.
Here.
Advisor Zadelko.
Here.
Senator Madrid.
Here.
Senator Oldfield.
Here.
Senator Bergstrom.
Here.
Senator Rivera.
Here.
Senator Weber.
Here.
Senator Seward.
Here.
Senator Ryder. Here. Senator Silver.
Here.
Senator Zewald.
Here.
Senator Collmore.
Here.
Senator Sparks.
Here.
Senator Crowdy.
Here.
Senator Whitehead.
Here.
Senator Supker.
Here.
Senator Donovan.
Here.
Senator Cummings.
Here.
Senator Doyle.
Here.
Senator Vanderwood. Senator Schultz.
Here.
Senator St. Pierre.
Here.
Senator DeLorme.
Here.
Senator St. Lawrence.
Here.
Senator Levesque.
Here.
Senator Cowan.
Here.
Senator Santinello.
Here.
Senator Inman.
Here.
Senator Dana.
Here.
Senator Smith.
Here.
Senator Goodspeed. Senator Zura.
Here.
Senator Blatt.
Here.
Senator Van Dijk.
Here.
Representative Pellet.
Here.
Representative Brunner.
Here.
Representative Karpinski.
Here.
Representative Fancock. Here. Representative Emery. Here. Representative Gamble. Here. Representative Abed. Here. Representative Tremblay. Here. Representative Farragut.
Here.
Did I miss anybody?
I'm now looking for a motion to adjourn. Senator Warren. Hearing second, good pleasure to Senate, we are adjourned. We're now gonna be handing out the next set files. Can we have the budget open or? Yes, for this meeting, because there's so many numbers, and especially for how far back. If you need to have your device open, so you can like look at the budget that I posted before I sit down to everyone, please feel free, I'm not gonna yell at you. We're student side. I think it was in the back. Yeah.
Before we get started, does anybody want a copy of the financial? Before we get started, does anybody want a copy of the financial policies to review just throughout the meeting? These will be, I'm gonna like 5 copies, and so I'll kind of share them where I see them. It's also on our website, so if you have your computers open, it should be up to all you want, like, you can share. Just get it out, share what's there. Everybody else on that.
What I do not here. Put it back in the front.
Oh, thank you.
I'm so confused.
We report first. No.
Formatting that. Got it is up. I have skills now. That's what I'm there. I do.
Josh, got enough for his RA.
Yeah, you have to hold. Okay.
You and your ring now?
Are you also?
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Everybody look right across.
For right now. It's not like we need to do anything right now.
We don't tell this meeting.
Oh, I shared the I shared with everyone, was it worked out? I heard you find in the sheets, there was there. I shared those with Josh, he has no data. Yeah. Okay, now it's here and then, no.
Yeah.
I saw it all things. Like, it doesn't matter. It's not just. What?
I guess it's yeah.
Okay. Sitting up.
I had a language. Because my receipt is at this 10:30 last, I have more money.
My receipt is 10, so I've never, so you put 10.
I know, I'm so frustrated.
Yeah.
There's a blank here that's usually here, it's an extra chair.
Okay.
It's not you that here yet.
Sit right next to you.
You know what now?
You don't buy it now, like now. After March. After I wanted it.
Shit, like, what am
And it worked.
Yeah. Like the target on that word, so you have to put it on that. And he said, I was like, you might for
In the Google Docs, as long as it's up in there, I'll put them all on there.
Yeah.
Further, get something that has like no reports and.
I sent them out to like, you know, I did them all lots of time.
I now call to order the 1,611th meeting of the General Student Senate and the first special meeting of the 47th session. Notice this meeting is being broadcast via Zoom and the recording will be publicly available on YouTube. The clerk, please call the roll.
President Tripp. Here. VP Shelmerdine.
Here.
VP Bone.
Here.
VP Lehman. VP Thompson.
Here.
VP Fang. Director Arafat. Here. Commissioner Stankovitz.
Here.
Representative Britton.
Here.
Advisor Zadelko.
Still here.
Senator Madrid.
Here.
Senator Oldfield.
Here.
Senator Bergmar.
Here.
Senator Rivera.
Here.
Senator Weber.
Here.
Senator Seward.
Here.
Senator Rideout.
Here.
Senator Sofer.
Here.
Senator Zelaw.
Here.
Senator Collmore.
Here.
Senator Sparks. Senator Crowdy.
Here.
Senator Whitehead.
Here.
Senator Zupker.
Here.
Senator Donovan.
Here.
Senator Cummings.
Here.
Senator Joy. Senator Vanderwood. Senator Schultz.
Here.
Senator St. Pierre.
Here.
Senator DeLorme.
Here.
Senator Lawrence.
Here.
Senator Levesque.
Here.
Senator Cowan. Senator Sessions.
Here.
Senator Inman.
Here.
Senator Dana.
Here.
Senator Ricker. Senator Smith.
Here.
Senator Goodstein. Senator Zurab.
Here.
Senator Vlad. Here. Senator Van Beek.
Here.
Representative Pella.
Here.
Representative Brunner.
Here.
Representative Karpinski.
Here.
Representative Fancock.
Here.
Representative Emery.
Here.
Representative Gamble.
Here.
Representative Abed. Here. Representative Tremblay. Representative Farrago Dodge.
Here.
Did I miss anybody?
So with the annual budget, we'll be starting with 47S, EBC 75.
Okay, hello, everybody. I hope this goes smoothly. I first want to ask if one of the EBC senators could start, grabbing our members, our sports clubs, just so they can filter in. We're gonna be going in reverse alphabetical order, and so we're gonna go with Woodsman team, Win-Mixon's Ultimate Frisbee, women's soccer, women's rugby, and women's lacrosse as our first teams. If we go, thank you. Yeah, you should be good. So to start the presentation, we'll move into the budget area of your budget sheet, if you look at it. Also, yes, please look at it. I prefer if you stay focused on budgets. You'll notice that most things have a little chip next to them in the top right, where you can reference a submitted request for the office budget. Sean submitted his, as we can see under legal services, and you'll see it under all the individual tabs, just not in the budget overview 2026 tab, just for general information about navigating. Another housekeeping item is that amendments are not made verbally, amendments are made on paper. If you feel at any point like you would like to make a paper amendment to this budget, you would have to grab a piece of paper from me, or I will also keep some of them over on the side table. It has a list of, I move to allocate a dollar amount to a line number, a category, and an organization from another line item, another category, and another organization. If we are just increasing the amount we give to a group, we are allocating it from our unallocated figure that's projected at the bottom of the budget overview page. So you would go by that line number. You're also going to print the senator's name. Only senators can make these amendments. I'm putting a few of the papers over here, and I will have the rest. So keep that in mind as we move forward with this. The way in which it's going to work is we'll just have presentations right now, and afterwards we'll have periods for discussion and debate on items. So I will start with legal services. Legal services, this is a budget that was submitted by Sean. If you would like to, I prefer to stay on the spreadsheet on the big screen, and all of you can look at the individual resolutions under legal is what it should be set as, up in the top right. So for advertising and correspondence, Sean requested $1,000 under advertising and correspondence. This item was broken down into business cards for $200, mailing supplies for $90, internet ads for $50, posters for $60, and lunch and learn presentations for $600. The lunch and learn presentations are just general like advertising for what he does, where he sits down with students in a lunch session. Under the education, bar insurance, registration, membership expenditures, you see here that insurance is kind of different. If you look at the big budget, insurance was separate in previous years. Now we lumped it all together, which is why we're zero this year, and you don't really see it on the requested budget. For that, the bar association membership, the CLE is $180. The Maine State Bar registration is $300. Insurance is $750. That is up from the previous year. In a court membership is $25, and there's other continuing legal education that Sean must do. That's $500. And Sean works very hard in order to get as low as possible, these costs down as low as possible. For his law library expenditures, we see that it's $300 for rules of court update, as well as $610 to start branching into immigration law resources just for general references. If that's the way in which we choose to go, as Keegan had mentioned this year, that's why Sean will start accounting for it for next year. We can see a parking permit, BJ's membership are listed, 35 for the parking permit, 60 for the BJ's membership. For printing, for office expenses, we have 200 for printing, 400 for the telephone, 250 for their software, which is the Adobe, which he usually sends out his e-signature requests for. Another software request of $140 for the Microsoft Office suite, and then his website and domain costs $230 for the year. He also has a work study position That is, with 5,180, which is what he is requesting for this year. This is up from the previous year. 5,180 is putting this position on par with what we pay our other representatives and community associations now at that 1850 an hour. Because he's also a member of the government, he gives us paychecks to our department, just like anybody else would. Sean felt that he deserves to get that raise up to that level. Finally, if you look at the big budget, you'll see legal consultation at $4,735. This is just for any time that there might be a conflict of interest, and we have two members of the undergraduate student body that are trying to enter suit against each other, and Sean is not able to represent both. What do? When we say that we represent all undergraduates for free legal consultation, we have to outsource to another group, and so this is an amount that we've worked on in the past, and we didn't use it this year, Sean mentioned. So it's kind of just going to be a carryover from what we allocated this year because it was not used. Yeah, so that'll be returned to unallocated. You won't really see that. It'll be at the very end of the year, but that's what that is for. Are there any questions on legal services? And we have our legal services rep as well, who met with Sean, I think, today. I went over the budget, or this was last Tuesday. Last Tuesday, okay. Are there any questions on legal services? Can I call on people or do you want to call on people?
You can call.
Okay, Riley?
You mentioned in the second to last row there, the work study payroll, and so that was increased.
Yes,
In line with the other positions.
the previous year it was 4,300, now it's up to 5,180. He was paid on his standard work study payroll amount. But Sean also feels that the 1,850 is justified for the position because he's worked closely with this individual and they are he's confident that they'll keep things confidential when needed, and he is very trusting of this individual and has worked with them in the past. Any other questions on legal services? Seeing none, I'll move into our office budget. For advertising and correspondence, we are keeping it at $500. For awards and recognition, we are looking for $1,000, which is keeping it the same. For bank charges, we're looking for $100, which is keeping it the same. For computer and accessories, we are increasing it to $1,500 from the $500 that it was last year. Just as costs increase, a lot of our computers are beginning to slow down. We just have to account for that in the annual budget. For the executive fund for the president, it's $2,000 as per policy. Same for the vice president. It has not changed from last year. For legal and accounting, this is kind of our audit. This is going up from $13,000 to $14,000. For office equipment, it was $1,500. Now it is staying $1,500. For office supplies, it was $7,000 last year. It is staying $7,000 this year. For parking decals, it was $70. It is staying $70. For photocopy service contract, it was $1,000 and it is staying $1,000. For postage, stamps have gone up. We asked for $300 last year. We're going up to $400 for next year. For professional classes, $2,500. This kind of acts as a fund where we can pull from. It usually doesn't get used by members of our general office. This is for our full-time employees, not for students like us to cover classes. And this tends to be kind of where we pull from if we need to make quick transfers throughout the year. If anything is going over budget, just for transparency's sake. But it's staying the same as what it was last year. Allocated for repairs and maintenance, $500 last year, staying at $500 this year. For telephone, it was $384 last year, and it's staying at $384. Main use tax, last year we allocated for the main use tax. Now, thanks to Sean and Pam and VPSL Fang, we no longer have to pay the main use tax. And so we don't have to allocate for that this year. For the retirement plan, the cost is going up for the retirement plan. $13,540 last year, and then $14,900 this year. For payroll, this is a new expense that we're thinking about moving to a payroll company. $1,800 is what I have listed there for that. That was just general understandings of what the field would be for that. We don't have a payroll company in mind just yet, but we'd like to allocate for it in case we choose to go that way. And then the GSS catering, it was $4,200 last year. As you saw, we needed to ask for more this year because we grew as an organization. And so because of that, the request is in for $7,000 for planning for catering for next year. This will account for budget meeting, which is usually more expensive, as well as just general meetings where we have a packed Senate. And people need to eat, and our increased engagement with the general student body, and the fact that they can also eat the food when they come here to present. And so just making sure that there's enough food to go around for the night. This means that the totals for last year was $50,544. We are increasing that to $58,154, and the EBC approved all of their requests for this year. Are there any questions on our general office budget? Aspen?
Is there a line item missing from the one that you sent us? Cause it's $7,000 lower.
Does anybody else confer, or does it look right? What's the general? If it's a technical issue, I'll try and remedy it. Does anybody else not see the $7,000? For what? If you guys don't care.
Well, in the office total line, like at the bottom of the office total, it reads $51,154. And then in this office total, it reads $58,154.
So mine, is there any non-EBC members who have this issue?
I have just a point to add, that is, I think you might be in the budget overview, you should be in the budgets tab, which shows, yeah, right on the sheets.
Oh, because we don't have GSF decision yet,
Yep. Okay, and then insurance, or sorry, are there any other questions on our office budget in general? Accountants.
I noticed that the telephone has a very specific amount, whereas the rest of them end in zeros. Is there a particular reason as to why the 384 is that specific? And that's just me being curious.
Because that is the exact cost of our telephone bill.
The exact cost.
The exact cost of our telephone bill.
Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
BPSL planning.
First off, I will say that when you actually total all those numbers, it does add up to 58 grand. In terms of Pam and Sean's wholesale club memberships, is that included here, or is that a separate thing somewhere else?
Pam and Sean's wholesale club memberships, I think are included in our just office equipment, if I remember correctly, but I can check that. Cynthia?
Just to clarify to Senator Allen's question, if you look in the the budget overview tab that you were on, and you click on that 51,000 cell, the formula is not including line 87, and that's why it's $7,000 short. I think it's just a simple mistake there. It should be included as $7,000 as far.
Senator Weber?
The benefits are included in that total, they are a part of that.
You know which line it's in?
We will make amendments later. Does somebody make a note of this so that we can handle it after we go through all of our other business issues? We okay with this?
it's more of a cell issue, I don't think you can fix it.
Yeah, it's just a cell issue.
Yeah, could you tell him?
It just needs to be summed to 86.
Yep.
So.
Cool. So I will fix that. Are there any other questions for our general VPSL plan?
Did you mention what the extra grant for legal and accounting was for?
The extra grant for legal and accounting, the extra grant for legal and accounting is the fact that our audit is getting more expensive. Just they're charging us money. VPSL plan?
Is the intention of the new payroll software to allow direct deposit instead of the checks we've been using?
The intention of the new payroll company is to handle the new confusion or the increased workload of having to deal with paid family medical leave act, and all of that aspect, and to kind of relieve it from ABPFA Alden's wheelhouse once the year gets started. Because for the first month, it basically locked down and just handling taxes and payroll. And if we can pay another company to do it and have the ABPFA Alden available to students more, to help them in that first month when we get back, that is a benefit that I felt was worth it. For the trade.
And just a point of privilege on that, this is more so bringing Pam's job into line of what it should be, not like decreasing it from the line, if that makes sense. Pam is overworked as it is.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll now move into insurance. We have corporate insurance, that's gone up from 4,000 the previous year to 4,500 this year. We have group health insurance that's gone up from 4,300 to 4,000, or 43,000 to $44,265. Cigna Eye and Dental, this is just now like separate, and it's $2,110 this year. Then workers' compensation, staying at $2,000. Any questions on this? Seeing none, I'll move into special allocations tab, the next one over on the bottom. The special allocations, campus groups is a special allocation. Campus groups, we have been on an old plan that they no longer offer. And so if we want to keep utilizing campus groups and having it as a service that is available to our undergraduates and to us as an organization, we must go with the upgraded plan, which has a value of $10,000 that we brought on to us. If there's any questions on this, James Leadus is here and he would be more able to answer those questions. But if we don't pay for this, we kind of lose access to campus groups and we lose it for VPSO usage, for CSI's usage, and for it's how we ticketed this year for our console. So there's a lot of functionality, and this increase in cost also gives us an increase in functionality next year because it's an upgrade, so we get more out of it. And for outdoor clubs are something that we have allocated for in the past, but they've not come to us with any request other than rental this year. And so we're supposed to base it off of what they asked for the previous year in additional funding requests, and they've asked for none this year. So I'm keeping it at 0, but I'm keeping it as an item listed because it is within our financial policies that we list outdoor clubs as a special allocation. This gives us a total of $10,000 for EBC's decision on campus groups. Are there any questions on our special allocations figure? Alexander.
I have a question for Mr. Salidas. What do some of these upgrades for campus groups look like?
Yeah, so the current plan we're on, is just to run some numbers on that, we pay about $16,000 a year between student license and UMSG. That right now we have the bare base functionality. When we bought it 5 years ago, that contract is going out, and so it's actually lower than base packages. The new contract that comes into play for 5 years is going to be just shy of $30,000. So that's what the 4,000 increase to UMSG would be, and then the university would help cover the rest of that increase. It will be pulling in an API. So right now, all of the uploads are manual. This will automate that. Right now, just getting everything uploaded can take up to 2 hours for one upload. Again, it's all the current students. It will also let us deactivate all the old users. The current plan we're on does not allow for deactivations en masse. You have to do them individually. So that will save me much of a headache and weeks of work this summer to have the API there. And then it will have some other functionality as far as how the accounts are set up. So we can do a little bit better with student accounts, department accounts, college accounts, and have some delineation. And UMSG's account will be staying with the department level, which
Senator Warren. Now that $30,000 fee, that's one-time fee for the 5 years.
no, that is a yearly fee. And if we do the 3-year version of that, it has a 5% increase year over year. 5-year contract is 3% increase year over year.
Okay.
And that is the base functionality that they offer. There are other add-ons, but given the massive increase, we are not currently seeking any of those out.
Trip. Question for Director Salidas or Advisor Sadelko. Is there any conversation about system level campus groups contracting? And could someone just give a little bit of an update on that, since I know there is?
Yeah, we are currently working with the CSAO, Center for Chief Student Affairs Officer Group across the system to do a demo. Right now, the University of Southern Maine also uses campus groups, so I'm working with their campus group administrator and then our campus group contact to present that to the CSAO group for system adoption. The goal being that the system would help offset costs and some capacity. Yeah. And we are also in conversations right now with GSG, so that way they would potentially buy into the software and their graduate student groups would play on campus groups. If that happens, I'll keep you.
Any other questions on special allocations? President Tripp?
What a privilege. Just a little background on the outdoor clubs line item. This was something that was topical a few years ago, but has quickly fallen kind of off in terms of anything that matters too much. We had a situation where outdoor clubs would come in for exactly the same year and be unwilling to share. And it created a situation where we wanted to just put a cap of how much money we were willing to spend on outdoor clubs. So, I mean, they were coming in for 15, 20 grand a pop. for canoes and all these other things. So that's why that was there, just in case you're curious. And honestly, it may be something to look at again, to remove, because I think that most of that issue was solved by, A, if we continue the main bound rental thing, but B, with the storage, unit changes, they're not losing as much gear every year. That was another big issue. They were losing like thousands of dollars of gear year in and year out. So that's it.
Any other questions?
One last question for Director Salinas. Will this update for campus groups roll out on the fall of this year or the spring?
The contract renegotiation will start over summer and in the fall, and soon enough we'll have a seat at that. The new stuff won't come up until spring when the contract actually terminates this one, and then the new one takes effect.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Any other questions for special allocations? Seeing none, I'm going to revenue projections, and then after that, that should be it for me for a while. So for revenue projections, you can see two ways in which I estimated it. The way in which policy states is $500 or 500 student activity fees out of the buffer per semester. The numbers that I show you are estimates from the bursar's office, if I remember correctly, or from Deborah Allen it's Deborah Allen from Enrollment Management. And so we go with the lowest of the estimates. They give us a range, then we subtract 500 of that from each semester, which then gives us our estimate with buffer per each semester. We get $84 per student of that. And so multiplying it over, we estimate $608,160 of revenue in the fall and $563,052 in the spring, for a total of $1,171,212. The one you see below it, that's just to show you what it would look like if we had buffers of $1,000, just for ideas of where we would sit if more students end up not paying the activity fee or not receiving it from our estimates. And you can see the difference is $84,000, which is just 1,000, which is the amount of activity fees we added times our activity fee. And when we go over the total in the end, you'll see how that kind of reflects on our projected and allocated. Which I think for now, that is me. I'm going to leave it to our chairman. Oh, sorry, yes, questions.
Just about the activity fee, we only get 84 per. This isn't it, for $99.
It is, but it gets split between other organizations on campus, like Maine campus, the newspaper, as well as the Liberty and Vending Labs. Yep. Any other questions? Senator Oldfield?
It is 500 students activity fees, not $500, correct?
Correct. If any other questions on our revenue estimates? Seeing none? Oh, Madam Chair.
I guess I have a question on you showed us the $1,000 buffer, or sorry, 1,000 activity fee buffer. Do you, in your opinion, believe that we need a larger buffer for next year?
In my opinion, I think that the Senate should be conservative in their estimates when moving forward with next year. I feel like we had estimates, and the reason why I haven't gone real is because our estimates have been off by a lot than we expected. And so in policy, we can only have a $500 buffer. That is what, or 500 activity fee buffer. That's what it's listed as. And so that being said, next year, there can be an action taken by whoever is chosen as VPFA to account for that and to decrease our projected and allocated figure if they foresee that there will be a decrease in enrollment based off what we end up seeing this year actually panned out in our enrollment figures as we try and figure that out. So I feel like we are fine to keep it at 500 a semester this year, but I urge the Senate to be understanding next year if figures change. That is because we've had a new understanding of how we're getting the activity fee now that we have an increase in the fee to students. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. Anything else on our rate investments?
I'd like to see a motion from the senators to suspend the rules to see the presentation from interfraternity council before the presentations and statements from sports clubs.
I move to suspend the rules and
see the, or consider the presentation from the fraternity club for the other presentations. So great.
Hearing a second, we'll now end discussion.
I have a question for like answers or reason for moving the IFC ahead of everyone else.
Our IFC representative is leading Greek Week and there is a Greek Week event that he needs to be there. Any other points for discussion? Seeing none, debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? All opposed? All abstaining? Seeing clear majority in the affirmative, that passes. Now, enter fraternity council, please come up and present.
You're under the boards tab.
Right, so our annual budget that we are asking for is $9,607. This is with $200 towards printing funds, $1 towards philanthropy support, 100 towards recruitment, 850 towards PCA rental, 850 towards Greek Gala contribution, 3,000 for the Greek Week events, 335 for graduation items, 100 for NIT officer pins, $1 for NGLA conference, 400 for academic support, 150 for office supplies, and 3,600 for our national dues. Originally, we asked for a little bit more. That was because we wanted to be more ambitious and be shot down than lowball ourselves. That's why NGLA is at $1 instead of the 2,000 we asked, because it will vary year to year based off the location and hotel prices. Same thing with philanthropy support. We originally asked for 1,500 because we are going to push our fraternities to have a more campus-wide effect of their philanthropic efforts. But granted that there is nothing set in stone, it was brought down to $1 so that it can be on our request in the future. But there is no current need for the full 1,500. Yeah, our question.
Any questions for our speaker? Senator Weber? Point of privilege. Also, the reason why a lot of the stuff is taken down to $1 instead of 0 is that maybe they don't spend the full amount on another thing that they are doing, like the Greek Gala contribution. They can move that money around to make it so they can still do stuff if they have like a philanthropy event that they're doing. You can still move that money around to make these things done. Otherwise, they would have to come in to EBC to request that. So it makes it a little easier for every board that comes in that has a $1. It makes it easier for them as well.
Any other questions for our speaker? Pierre?
Just a question about the NIC dues. So those are different than dues that individual like fraternity members pay to their fraternity, their national.
Yes, so we have dues as an IFC, or it's the national overarching IFC just as a whole, and then that doesn't account for the fraternities that owe their own nationals.
Any other questions? I'm in trouble.
So this is double. Well, I think I've ever seen IFC requests in 4 years. What's changed in IFC and what are you looking forward to kind of utilizing a larger budget?
The main thing that I want to see is mainly the philanthropy support. The rest of that, like the Greek Gala, that comes for the transition of the officers. The nicer it is, maybe the more excited they will be to step into those positions. NGLA, it was very eye-opening for when we went, we realized that we are on the lower side of a functioning IFC as a whole, given the rubric that we received. And with some of this funding, we are hoping to slowly work our way up. Our NIC dues will potentially in the future raise because of that, but that means that we will have more access to outside resources to build the fraternity life as well.
Any other question for a speaker? Senator Laura? Did you mention maybe some things on the rubric that you just mentioned that you may not have been hitting that you guys set as goals to kind of achieve in the coming years?
Yeah, so the big one is the officer transition. We are very lackluster in that, in the sense that when we got that, I asked every IFC current exec member if they had a transition, and all of them said no. That goes for myself. One thing is a potential officer retreat where you are forced to tell everybody this is what went wrong, this went right, this is what we learned from what went wrong. So that's number one, is setting up like the drive that we have for IFC is barren. There's little to nothing in there. So we're trying to build a base to actually pass the torch instead of it just being a position that people can hold. Yeah, that's
Any other question for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you for presenting. And we will now move into sports club considerations. Sports clubs get 3 minutes each to talk and present their budget. We will be going in reverse alphabetical order, starting with the Woodsman team. If you would like to come up and quickly present your budgets.
Hello, Riley. Our total requested budget for this coming year is $10,000. Starting with lodging, we try to attend 2 to 3 trips that require lodging for about 1 night each. We usually have 2 to 3 trips that require rental cars, usually having around 45 vehicles, depending on what they can give us, and they're usually rented for about 48 hours. In terms of meet fees, we usually try to attend a minimum of 6 meets a year, so 3 a semester. This coming year, we're hoping to attend more, so hopefully 4 a semester. We usually attend meets at UNH, UConn, Colby College, Paul Smith College, and the University of New Brunswick. These meet fees range from about $350 to $450 on average. And this is per team, and it depends on the school and how much they set the limit at. The major changes with the meet fees is just additional money added to allow for more meets. More meets. And some schools have increased their fees this year than this. Equipment, we just have a porta potty. This is for our home meet. It's at University Forest, and there's no other bathroom, so we have to provide that. From last year's budget, we just subtracted some stuff from our equipment as we need it. Other information, we have about 25 active members. We're requesting your own funding. Our members pay annual dues of $75 to help contribute to equipment and ground maintenance. And for the volunteer work, we usually do wood splitting for community. We volunteer at Christine Tree Farm in Norfolk. And for our fundraising, we do a lot of demos. So we've done Tanglewood, we've done demos here during Parents Weekend. And then we have sponsorships through multiple organizations. We have Lucas Tree, Cross Insurance, Valley Properties, who's one of our team members, fathers, and then Trees to Please, who's the Christmas tree farming for someone.
Are there any questions for our speakers? Senator Sparks.
You said that you're looking into going to more competitions. Do you have any specific competitions in mind you were planning on going to?
Ideally, we're looking to go into more of the New York school states. They treat the sport down there more of like a D1 sport, and they're way more competitive than we've seen up here farther in the east. So ideally, this would be, global skill, ESF. Most of those schools, FLCC, which is a community college, they're very competitive.
Any other questions for our speaker? President Tripp.
So you said that some of the meets that you're going to, the schools are increasing their prices for entry on those, correct?
Yes.
And then also on top of that, you had to move some equipment and stuff around. Obviously your ceiling of 10,000 hasn't increased. So my question for you is, what is the plans in terms of, are you gonna do additional funding, or are you considering raising dues for these things? Or do you think that the equipment that you have for now will sustain you for a few years?
So the equipment that we have for now is pretty much what we need. Another issue with the equipment is that I've been told by the student government lawyer that it did not approve it because they don't have a lot. But we're pretty much set with that right now. And we pay for all of the other stuff, you know, like chainsaw, cane, borrow, all of that, and gets paid out of our pocket.
Any other questions for speaker? So with the shifting of, do you think, obviously, I was aware of the change in terms of liability, very cool sport, kind of dangerous sport, but my question.
But we're very safe. I
We
prove
trust.
that to Cross Insurance.
We trust.
Get us the sponsorship.
There you go. My question is like with kind of the shifting of funding going away from equipment and toward other things, do you think that like the stuff that you have allocated here, are we paying more for the things that we weren't paying for in the past? And is that kind of making that balance for you?
Yeah, so the major switch is the addition of the unique fees and then the additional lodge and all that. And then obviously there's a lot more added into what we pay for our pocket as, you know, everything's getting more expensive, so.
Cool. I'll just check.
Any questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you. And next up will be Women's Ultimate Frisbee.
Okay, hi, I'm Ruby Harrison. I'm the treasurer of the Women's Ultimate Frisbee team. As for tier one, our total request is gonna be $10,000. Starting with like travel, lodging. We have 3 rows of standard, like hotel housing, so that's 1 to 2 nights. We do travel more than that, but typically we can stay in somebody's house that like associated with the team, so we don't need to pay for it. And then we have housing for high tide, which is our spring break. Some of that comes out of pocket and then some of that comes from our funding. That totals to $5,360 for total housing. Rentals. Yeah, like sometimes we drive our own cars, but for longer journeys, we typically take rental cars. So 2 to 3 days. And then for high tide, it's about 10 days. That comes out to $2,520. Total rentals is just a lot of like bid fees. That's the same thing. We have to pay to get into a lot of the tournaments that we go to. Sometimes it's cheap, and then for the bigger ones, like we just got the member numbers to be able to go to like sectionals and regionals. Those are more expensive because they're a bigger deal. So that's more money. That's $2,230. So the total travel comes out to $10,110. And then we have non-requested items that we pay for ourselves, which is like food. So yeah.
Are there any questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you for coming in. Women's soccer, let me know they are not able to present, so I will be presenting their budget based on what they presented to me and to these also. Also, just a few quick notes. We had PBC Senator go down and bring up the next chunk, which is women's ice hockey, women's fast pitch softball, women's volleyball, women's basketball, and swimming. And swimming is not bad. Okay, so for women's club soccer. Women's club soccer for lodging, they're requesting $3,750. Your solstice related real quick. $3,750, split between 5 different trips. I think this has gone up a little bit from last year, just because the road price, I think it used to be $120 a night, and they've gone up to $150 a night, at 5 and some piece. So just a general increase there, but due to increasing costs of hotel rooms. For rentals,
These are rental vehicles, 2 vehicles for 2 days, just because they need a day to be able to get back and they can't return the same day. That's $500. The new vehicle is $125. For league fees, they have 2 leagues. I think they have a fall league and a spring league. The fall league is $550 and spring league is $200 for a total of $750, meaning their total travel entry fee and housing costs are $7,000. For equipment, their equipment cost is $2,470, split between uniform jerseys, uniform shorts, socks, a ball pump, and soccer balls. Then under other, they have ref fees listed. That refs is something that EBC has moved away from if we can this year. Because if we ever run into the situation where we have a referee who we end up paying more than $600, we have to give them a W-4 form, and we have to list them on our taxes, and they are held within our organization. And so to prevent that from happening, any organization who had a clear gap between their total requestable amount in line items and their tier funding amount they can request, we cut their referee costs, just saying that we would prefer not to fund those, so don't bill that to us, but we're still able to give you the amount that you requested among your other items. That being said, they are going for tier 2 status, which is only $5,000 in total. Are there any questions on women's club soccer? Senator Sparks.
Do you know if they pay any dues?
They do, because they have about $4,470 past their typical that they need to cover. I cannot remember how much they had for dues, so I apologize. Senator Oldfield.
More of a kind of privilege, but it looks like on the funding form, it says, I'm not sure which order if they're listing number of people and the amount, which way it is, but it's 34 and then 60. So I'm assuming there's 34 players and they each pay $60.
Are there any other questions for our for Maine on women's club soccer? Seeing none, we will be moving into whoever is next. Women's rugby. If you could just, so 3-minute presentations is what we're doing. And if you could just walk us through your budget just a little bit.
Alright, so just to start, we have 5 different lodging trips. 3 of them are for a bigger amount for a 15 season, and 2 of them are for a 7 season. Then we have a bunch of vehicles which are kind of, they're either going to be used for 15 or 7s. We don't exactly have how many like 7 games we have yet. But those definitely get used every year. And then different from last year, we have tackle pads instead of new balls, because ours are pretty old. And we want a kind of a new one that's like in like a geometric shape. And then we have 4 balls for just if we have any home games. And then we have some of our registrations. We have Rugby New England, our conference registrations. And then Beast of the East is different from last year. It's a tournament that we requested budget for this year, and we're planning on doing that again next year. And then all of just the non-requested items, some of the uniform items we need for new players, and then the gas to all of our usual tournament and game locations.
Are there any questions for our speaker? And again, a note is that EBC did vote to cut the referees as per item. Any questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you for coming in.
The speaker repeat their name, please.
Jennifer Moore and Catherine Garcia.
Thank you.
Up next is women's lacrosse.
I'm Alex and I'm the treasurer for the lacrosse team. We are requesting for 2 nights of lodging and we need 5 rooms. It takes about 20 people, so we need 5 rooms each time, which comes out to $1,400. We also take 2 vans to each game and those cost $125 per day. So that would be $3,500. Every year we pay $1,000 for league fees. And some other equipment that we're requesting is 2 new lacrosse goals, pennies, and lacrosse ball. We also, we do pay for refs, so that was $420. We are currently tier 2, but we are trying to become tier 1. We have currently 36 members and it's $75 in dues per semester.
Just so that everybody knows, we didn't cover refs on this because the amount that we asked for refs was not above the 600. That requires it to be a bit of an issue on our end, not really an issue, but can be tricky on our end. And so we did not vote to cut refs, but you'll see that they did initially request for a meter top out, that they ended up asking for an additional funding for the remaining of their tier funding, and so that is what you see cut. Are there any questions for us? Seeing none, people coming in. Up next is women's hockey.
Hello, my name is Lily Berard. I am the current treasurer and the upcoming president for Women's Club Ice Hockey. And I'm Joey Evans and I'm the upcoming president. Alrighty, so our season's pretty expensive. The main things that we're gonna kind of cover is we do lodge for 1 night, and we are only requesting 4 rooms for lodging instead of 5. We do have rental vehicles. We do travel to 7 to 8 games, depending on like what the season brings. And we do have to take multiple vehicles for each of those trips. And some of them are overnights and some of them are a lot farther than other games. We don't need any new equipment this year. The main other things we have is our league fees, which we pay. We're expecting an increase up to $700 instead of $625. We're only requesting $625 for league fees. We do have officials. That is through an organization where they invoice at the very end of our season. So it's not like pay as we play, it's paid at the very end of our season, right through the same organization that we pay our league fees through. We have our ice time, which we do 23 practices, and we're paying $125 per practice right now. Don't know if that's gonna go up yet, haven't been told. And then we also have 7 home games where it's $250 per game.
Okay, that is. Are there any questions for our speaker? Oh, just a quick note. As mentioned, the officials are again still in here. That is because if we pay an organization like a league, and that league then pays all of their referees that are hosted, then again, we don't have to deal with the tax information. The tax information falls on the organization who we pay directly. So that's why this is okay. And lodging, and originally they requested 700, but I did mention 1 last room, if I remember correctly. And so that's why EBC voted to cut that down by 140 to 560, still keeping them above their tier 1 funding level of $10,000. Are there any questions for our speaker? Seeing none. Up next would be women's fast pitch. And if somebody could go and grab men's volleyball, tennis, pickleball, mountaineering, and men's ultimate frisbee.
Point of privilege, you can close one of those windows.
Just did, but would our sergeant at arms please close the window?
One of them was already shut.
Are we want another window to be closed? No. Yes, Club Casper softball.
I'm Alicia Havey, treasurer of Casper Softball. We are tier 2, looking to stay tier 2 this upcoming season. For our budget, per our season, we usually have max 3 away games, but we like to budget in an extra lodging just in case we get rained out because we are very dependent on the weather. So there is 4 different lodging times, one with 2 nights in case we need to stay 2 days for a certain trip. And then we also have vans for those. When we travel, we usually go max 16 players, so it'd be 4 rooms for that. And then 2 vans would cover that, splitting people and equipment between the vans. Then we have our league fee. And the only real change from last year's budget is that we are, instead of uniform, we are requesting a portable hitting net, which is something you set up for doing tee work or a soft toss when you can't hit into a backstop.
Are there any questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Up next is women's volleyball.
Hi, I'm Rachel MacArthur. I'm the treasurer for women's volleyball.
I'm Nicole Bazinet, our current vice president.
So we are currently tier 2, but we're planning on moving up to tier 1 for next year. All we have left is our upcoming alumni event and a few more volunteer hours. So we are planning on having about 10 volleyball tournaments next year, and we predict only needing vans and hotels for 6 of those. So we have requested for that. And then also we have $375 for our league fee, and it's about $200 per tournament. We are requesting funding for that, as well as we are adding some equipment this year. We have got new jerseys this year, so we don't need new jerseys for next year. But instead, we're hoping to order some new volleyballs because ours are. And then we are also hoping to get a new ball cart to bring with us to tournaments, as well as a hitting box and setting targets, which help us like practice our accuracy and our form for different volleyball skills.
Are there any questions for our speaker? Doesn't trip.
So you're moving up a tier, that's exciting. Yes, alright, maybe I'm being presumptuous. How has that process been? And I assume the answer is because you need more money. But what is kind of shifting to the point where you're making this decision now?
We have been a tier 2 club for 2 years, so the required 4 semesters, I believe, if not longer. And so it's just nice to have that extra in case of any hotels or van rentals or for paying for tournament fees. So all we really needed to get in was more community hours and fundraising. We fundraised with Vertical Raise in fall and made about just under 2,000, and then we fundraised this semester with a third chapter reunion all week, and I think we averaged about, I don't remember how much from that, but 500 or 600, and then right now we are about 160 so in community service hours. We have 17 that will be coming in soon, and then we are hosting another free youth clinic for just any middle school girls that want to come and learn volleyball. And then from there, we're gonna do service throughout Maine week to fill in those community hours. It's just nice to have that extra recognition from campus and to have a little extra backs support.
So just a follow-up question, it seemed, like tier 1 feels accessible in terms of like your numbers and the effort behind it. Good.
We had this year, we almost tripled our number of players in the club, and we're expecting more next year. Where I think in order to cover all of those people, it would be helpful to have additional funding.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Just general information, any club that's requesting, that has a total of requestable items that is above their tier funding amount, we only give them up to that tier funding amount, and they're cut off, whether that's $2.5 grand for tier 3, $5 grand for tier 2, or 10 grand for tier 1, even if they have a total requestable of 12 grand. With this club, this organization, they have a total requestable of 8,000, and at tier 1, they're allowed 10,000. So come next year, if they find that they want to do an extra tournament or they have extra equipment that they want, they have almost $2,000 of extra room that they can request past this. We don't see many clubs that are a higher tier than their required funds. That's the end of that point. Are there any other questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you for coming in. Next, we'll have women's basketball presented.
Hi everyone, I'm the current treasurer, Allie. I'm the current president, Elsa. So we are tier 3 and we're planning on staying at tier 3.
We're expecting about 14 girls next year, and we have dues of $30 per semester. As for our requested items, we have lodging. We typically, well, we're planning on having 2 overnight trips, one each semester, because we do have some games in Boston, and it just makes it travel easier. We expect to bring about 12 people on each of those trips, so we're requesting 3 rooms for each of those. And then for rentals, we'll need a van for each of those overnight trips. So 1 van for 2 days, those 2 times, and then we are expecting another away trip, but that'll be a day trip, so we'll need a van for that as well. For our league fee, it's remaining the same as last year at $850.
And then for equipment, we're requesting a med kit, because we currently don't have one, and basketball is a contact sport, so it kind of just makes sense to have one.
And then for others, we are expecting to have 4 home games. Every time that we host a game, we play back-to-back games, and for each of those 2 games in one day, we need 2 refs, which comes out to $300 every time we host a game. We are aware of the
taxes that come along with this, and then we cannot go over $599 per person per year, and we are going to abide by this and make sure that we are not violating anything there.
So we'll plan on getting different reps to make sure that no one goes above that number. And then the last thing we have is that we don't currently have away jerseys, which makes it hard to coordinate with other teams in terms of not wearing the same color. So we're requesting funding to get those.
Other questions for our speaker, President Tripp? Point of privilege, just to kind of clarify the point that you made, not that you did make it, but just to lay in terms that, if they exceed that $600, correct? We would have to start putting refs on our payroll, which would be crazy. So we can't do that. So we appreciate you accommodating that.
Yeah, we'll keep it organized. I'll make a spreadsheet or something to keep it organized and keep in contact with you guys to make sure that no one's lost communication.
Are there any other questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming in. Next is Club Swim.
Hi guys, I'm Sky Van Beek. I'm the president of Club Swimming. So for our budget, usually we attend 6 meets for the year. 3 of them will be out of state and 3 of them will usually be in state. In-state will travel to Husson, MMA, Colby, those kinds of schools. We have a total operating budget of about $8,500, but we're only requesting $4,850. Let's see, we have $800 for rentals when we take vans down to travel. We're requesting $2,100 for lodging for 5 rooms for 4 people each. That amounts to that number for 3 travel meets. Let's see, our swim league fees, it's through College Club Swimming. That's a $500 league fee, as well as, let's see. I think that's all I have.
Just so the Senate is aware, we did make quite a few changes to this. So if you look at the spreadsheet, you'll see that our big change that we made was a decrease in the amount of lifeguards. There was originally a request for 1,800 lifeguards, which, and again, an effort to move away from paying personnel, especially personnel that fall under other aspects of the university. We chose to strike that. But you'll also notice that their total of requested items from us is less than the amount that EBC decided. So EBC decided to get them as close to their tier 2 amount as we could, but basically increasing everything else to the maximum that we're able to provide while cutting lifeguards completely. As for speaker, President Tripp. Why in the world are you being charged for block usage?
Good question. I don't know. Apparently the blocks were put in by a donor like 10 years ago, and somehow it got lost in translation, and so now we have to pay for them. We pay $50 per practice to use the blocks, and we only can use 3 of them. And they say they're charging us for wear and tear on the blocks. There's no wear and tear on them. So
We're gonna
work on that.
think that come on me to ask that question. I think that we're gonna get to the bottom of it.
Also, we're tier 2 and we plan to remain tier 2. We've been tier 2 for just 2 semesters, so we have another year before we can move up.
Are there any questions for speaker? President Tripp, point of privilege for the Vice President of Financial Affairs. Could you give a little bit of shed a little bit of light for the Senate on what the year requirement is about tier systems?
So the year requirement for the lower tiers that aren't tier 1 is based solely on volunteer hours and fundraising efforts. It goes up about how much it goes up for how much we would give them, whereas about a double whenever you go up in a tier, you have a double in your requirement for fundraising and volunteer hours. Am I correct in that? Yeah. And so to go up a tier is usually a big jump. It asks you to double the output that your group did last year in volunteer and in fundraising effort. And tier 1 on top of that has even more requirements where you need alumni events and other aspects that isn't required for the lower tiers. Are there any questions on the tier funding system? Seeing none, thank you for coming in. Up next would be men's volleyball, and if we could have somebody go and get.
That's not the situation form.
That's not.
I can go this time.
You getting paid for
With
let's see.
I don't.
Men's soccer, men's rugby, that's lacrosse, men's ice hockey and figure skating. Hockey is not here. It's also dark green that you'll see at the very bottom of the sports club if you bring a laptop with
Oh.
Oh, the sports club.
On the sports club. Yep.
Yes, something to bear.
Dark gray.
Understood. Thank you for coming in. 3-minute presentations is what we're limiting to, just in case you've any heard. So just give a quick presentation on what you're requesting.
My name is Dominic Diorio. I am the president of the men's volleyball club. We are currently tier 2 and we're looking to stay tier 2 just because out of accessibility, we only really get around 30 people a year. We're looking to get that next year too, so we're gonna stay consistent there. For our dues that we have our members pay, we have an A team, a B team, and a practice team. So we charge our A team $175 as they do the most traveling. So most of those fees go towards traveling. Our B team $125, same thing, just less traveling, and then $55 for the practice team. As for our requestables, we have one lodging. It's just a single hotel. We will probably use that for playoffs if we make it, but it's just there. It's an emergency. Same with the vehicle rental as well. As this semester, we were lacking vehicles to travel to a tournament. So we had to get some rental cars from Enterprise, and we didn't budget for that. So we're budgeting for it so that it doesn't catch us off guard for next year. Our entry fees are staying about the same as last year. The $200 tournaments are ones where we're bringing 2 teams to it as they give us a discount for that. And the league fee is $2,000 as it's $1,000 a team and we're entering 2 teams. And for our equipment, so we're getting a precision trainer, which is going to be used more for repetition. It's just a big net that we just keep passing the ball into. The ball pump needles are there as we have a ball pump, but the needles keep breaking. So we're just trying to get a solid stash. We can just keep that Langell Hall. The new 36-inch net is because one of the nets we have at Langell is a bit low quality and we just wanted to get a higher quality net. The floor duster is there because we've had some players complain about the quality of Langell, just the dusty floors. So we're just trying to keep the playing surface a bit safer. Same with the basketball shoe mat. It's just a sticky mat that removes dust and debris from your shoes, so you're not tracking it onto the court. And then the 2 volleyballs are just there, just that volleyballs, I guess. I believe that's all for our requestables.
Are there any questions for our speaker? Seeing none. Coming in.
Thank you for having me.
Next is tennis.
Hello, I'm Colin Rank. I'm the president of the tennis club. For our budget, we travel to 3 tournaments. We have 3 hotel rooms, 3 different nights or 3 different tournaments of hotels. Then we match that, and then -1 for rental cars because we have one in New Hampshire so we kind of just take our own cars for the other. We have 3 tournaments we go to, with the tournament fees listed. That has a travel budget of $4,850. And we're also requesting for tennis balls, loaner rackets, overgrips and string, which is open to the club for free. Then we have our Armstrong rental courts, which for about $3,000 is where we practice during the winter season. Then we have some non-requested for gas money and jerseys.
Any questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you for coming in and presenting. Up next is pickleball.
Hello there, so just jump right in with our requestables. We're really just asking for crowd most of the time, so we've got a couple, we do like usually 2 New England tournaments that go pretty late. That's what the 5 rooms are for. Because we can't drive back at like 2 in the morning. And then we do like 2 far ones that we would take the Airbnb for, the 2 rooms. Rentals, those are for the 2 far tournaments. We fly to, we need to rent from like Enterprise, and then obviously the flights, again, for the 2 far ones. Entry fees, I know it looks really high, tournament standards are usually about $65 per person. Like I said, if we're bringing like 20 people to those local tournaments, gets up pretty quick. Our nets are about 200 each, that's gonna be 3 of them, because we're running shorter on nets, as our president right now is volunteering his nets and he graduates next year, so we need to replace those. And we practice indoors at Armstrong Tennis Center in the winter. Our non-requested is really just gas for all the tournaments, 2 that we drive. The local ones plus to Armstrong Tennis Center every day in winter.
Are there any questions for our speaker? Senator Wolfie.
I noticed there's a pretty big disparity between your like regular annual like running cost and the tier 3 level. You're guys planning to move up tiers eventually to help
Next year.
offset that?
Yeah, next year I'm gonna make sure we work hard enough to get up to tier 2, but this year was a little bit rougher on the getting volunteer hours set up, so just staying at tier 3 this year, but next year.
Are there any other questions for our speaker? Seeing
Speaker, repeat his name, please.
Justin Rogers.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you for coming in. Up next is mountain biking.
I'm Mullen, I'm the vice president.
I'm Andrew Burnett, I'm the treasurer.
To start off with our requestables, we have lodging, we go to about 4 to 6 race weekends a year. The schedule isn't posted until late summer, so we do not know that number currently. We traditionally camp at all the race venues. That's $35 a campsite, for a campsite times 6 people. And we also include hotels in here, in case the weather is not suitable for camping. And then we have truck rentals in case members are not able to drive themselves to the races. So we have that at $90 a day for the trucks, as well as trailers to carry the bikes on the trucks to the events. Then we have our entry fees for the races. It is $80 per person times 6 people, at about 5 races, it's about $2,000. At a few of the races, they're downhill races, so we need lift tickets for the ski lift to go up the mountain. And then our team registration fee for the season is $250. Hotel entry fees are about $3,000. For equipment rentals, we have a pop-up tent rental for shelter during the races at $80 a weekend for about $400. And new on the budget for this year in equipment is a bike toolkit. This is so we can have tools at the races to service the bikes, as well as team members at practice. The tools will be stored in the rec center so people can maintain their bikes. That is about $1,000. Our total requestable items are $9,560. Then non-requested, we just have gas and food for the bases. And our total requested is $5,000 for tier two.
Are there any questions for our speaker? Senator Lauren.
So this might be a little off track, but you guys might be the most medium club to ask. Do you know how the rec center like bike fixture is, like what the status of that is, and how you guys use that maybe as a club?
Yeah, we meet for our club. We actually meet every Wednesday in the semester, and the bike pump there works sometimes. It likes to leak air, so it's a bit run down, but we'll use it occasionally. But most of the time, members have bought their own tools. But having a built up and more reliable toolkit would be very beneficial for the club in the future.
If in the future Senate looks to repair our bike repair stations and bring them back up to snuff, would you be willing to consult on us for would you outsource or where to make purchases to increase or to update our bike repair stations around campus?
Yeah, we'd be glad to do that.
We'd love to do that. Are there any questions for our speakers? Seeing none, thank you for coming in and presenting. Up next is men's ultimate frisbee.
For our budget, we need money for hotels for when we travel to tournaments. Also for our house for our spring break tournament in Myrtle Beach. And then to get there, we have to rent vehicles. And then we just have our entry fees for our tournaments, all the tournaments that we go to. And then for non-the items, just we have to pay for gas. So gear, frisbees and stuff.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Are there any questions for our speaker? Seeing none.
What's your name, please?
Du Bois.
Any other questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you for coming in and presenting. Thank you. Up next is men's soccer.
So representing men's soccer, it's we have the treasurer, myself, Daniel Rizoff, and
I'm President Ryan Beck.
so for lodging, we'll have one overnight stay that'll be 8 rooms, just one night, 140 per night. And then for vehicle rentals, we have typically 4 days of travel for away games. You'll see we'll have three away travels to in the state of Maine, and then 2 that'll be in Massachusetts. And then our league dues are the nursery dues, $225. And the total travel costs will come up to $39.45. Then our equipment costs are simply just gonna be soccer balls for the next year. We need 20 of them, it's about $65 each. Total of that is $1,300. And then the non-requested items are just gas money.
Are there any questions for our speakers? Seeing none, thank you for coming in and presenting. Up next is men's rugby.
Evening, I'm Wes Matthews. I'm the president of the men's rugby club. We're currently a tier 1 funding program. So we currently have 4 different lodgings set up. One of them is a guaranteed use. We like to travel to the University of New Brunswick during our preseason as a team building exercise. We also play the University of New Brunswick and their rugby club, which is fairly competitive in the Canadian League. The other 3 are all optionals that we have. Next season particularly is we travel the most. We travel down to UMass Lowell in Massachusetts. We travel to the University of Norwich in Vermont, and we travel to the University of Coast Guard, which is down in Connecticut. So we like to have the option of staying the night if we choose to. It's not always a guarantee. We budget that into our funding. We also have multiple vehicle rentals for those set away games, excluding the Canadian trip because you cannot bring rental cars across international borders. Along with that, we also have our league entry fees, which include our fall season, the National Collegiate Rugby team registration, along with our spring season, the 7th league entry fee. That's all our total travel, our total equipment. Our officials are $140 per game, and we have 5 games where we need to pay them. We have our video service, which is records our rugby games, so we have film for practice that we review fairly often once the season is in play. And we're also looking into doing a lift program again using the UMaine offered and through the rec center where we have a lift coach. We do that during the winter. And then all of our non-requestables are just mostly gas, and that's everything.
Okay, are there any questions for our speaker? A quick note, we did cut officials from this request. Any other questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you for coming in and presenting to us. Up next is men's lacrosse.
Hello, I'm Ben Ferguson, the president of the men's lacrosse club. Getting into our budget, we have usually 4 overnight trips per season. We have 8 hotel rooms for each of these trips because we assume between 30 and 32 players in the team each year. For those trips, we also do rental cars. We assume one large van and 2 smaller passenger vans to fit the 30-ish players. The league entry fee is $4,500, and that is the bulk of our requested items. Going into non-requestables, we have gas holes, other gear, and our uniforms.
I also like to note that the request for balls from us in this initial request.
Yes, sorry, I do request for balls. We lose quite a few balls every year.
Yep, for $200 total. Are there any questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you for presenting to us. Up next, I'll present this one again. Men's hockey, this name will make it. Just real quickly. Men's hockey is requesting. They have 30 undergraduate members, no graduates. The total operating budget is around $45,000, as we kind of saw earlier this year with their nationals request. Their dues usually total around $49,200 from their members, with around $2,000 in fundraising. The total cost is going to be $10,000. Lodging is going to be, they have 1 trip where they're only going for 1 night with 6 rooms at $140 a night. And they have 3 other trips where they're going for 2 nights, same rate, same number of rooms. That totals their total lodging price at $5,880. For rentals, they're requesting 2 vehicles for 2 days at $125 a day for 5 different trips, if I'm counting correctly, at $500 a pop. For entry fees, they have 2 leagues that they participate in, the AAU League and the Empire League. AAU League is $1,700 and the Empire League is $450. Yes, then going back, I think that is, yeah, that's what they're requesting. The total requested for the total requestable amount from us is $12,555, with their total maximum request being $10,000. Are there any questions regarding ice hockey? Seeing none. Next, we will move into figure skating.
I'm so basically, the majority of what we're asking for is ice time as well as 24 minutes. So we have 2 practices a week for 5 months, which is the $5,000. For travel, we go to 3 competitions a year, 1 in the fall and 2 in the spring. Hotels are unfortunately pretty expensive, so there they are. 2 of our competitions are usually in New York, and then 1 of them is usually in Massachusetts. So people don't like to drive their cars very far. So for 2 of the competitions, we bring 1 rental car. And then for registration fees, each entry is $80. So for 3 competitions, we bring like about 12 people approximately for each competition. So it adds up. And then skate sharpening for our equipment.
Any questions for our speaker? Senator Sparks.
How much is ice time like per?
$125, like per hour.
Any other questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you for presenting to us. Up next is field hop.
I'm Caitlin, I'm a co-president.
I'm Hannah, I'm our social media tier chair. We have about 23 undergraduate students and 2 graduate students per year for tier 2, part of a NFHL league. We do dinners, travel and like practice and home game options. Our budget allows us to travel to play other teams in New England, and provides us with rental vehicles. We typically utilize the 2 minivans or like a larger 12 to 15 passenger van for events. In our budget, we have 3 games where we just do one night. That's pretty much over New England. And then we added in our Virginia spring tournament, which is through our league that we play in. The vehicles are as follows. We typically take 2 to 3, depending on how much numbers we have per trip. And then we added one for a longer amount of days, but less like vehicles, specifically for that longer trip. We have a league fee specifically through NFHL. It's $900. And then there's tournament fees on top of just that league fee. Equipment, we are always losing balls, so we need more of those. Goalie equipment, we tend to buy piece by piece just because it's really expensive. So that adds up after a while. Yeah.
Are there questions for our speakers? Seeing none, thank you for coming and presenting to us.
Yeah.
Up next, the equestrian team.
Wow, that's a lot of people. Hello, I'm Monica. I'm the co-captain of the equestrian team, soon to be president though, so that's exciting. So for expenses, we have 8 qualifying shows in a season. And we're also putting in for lodging, regionals and zones. If any of our riders point up, they are able to go to the regionals and zones. So we always include those just to make sure. The price breakdown is all up there. For 4 rooms, we only are doing 3 for regionals and 2 for zones. The prices can vary, unfortunately, especially UVM, and New Hampshire area. So total for that is $5,300. And then since we have a big club, we have about 30 members. And we do a rental for each show for 10 shows. So those are listed below, and that comes out to $1,350. And then our total requestable items comes out to $18,000 and $450,000 or $450. Oh, we also have equipment in there. For lesson gear, we're requesting $1,200, and for show gear, another $1,200.
Are there any questions for our speakers? Representative Britton.
So as far as lesson gear goes, we're hoping to invest in some helmets for the team. Helmets are quite expensive. They can range from $150 to $600. And some people coming in, they've never ridden before. So we want to be able to provide safety equipment, including a helmet potentially, with the extra requested money for lesson gear. And for show gear is unfortunately also quite expensive. It's just an expensive sport. So we're hoping to invest in some show jackets for the team because some people come in with no show background, and we want to make it accessible to everyone. I know sometimes I end up sharing my coat with like other people who can't afford to buy their own. Coats can range from, once again, $150 to way up there.
Question for our speaker, Senator Whitfield.
As you mentioned, this is a pretty expensive sport. What do you guys do for the non-requested items? I mean, that's a huge amount of fundraising. Is most of that coming out of people's pockets?
Unfortunately, we do pay for all of our own lessons and all of our own coaching fees and all of our own entry fees. So yeah, most of it we do pay individually, unfortunately. We do a lot of fundraising. I know we did vertical raise this year, which I don't know if anyone knows about that, but we raised a lot of money from that from our relatively small club, and that was really amazing. And we also have been doing little like fun shows at our home barn that we ride out of. And so we've raised about $2,000 just from those shows alone.
Any questions, Representative Britton?
Does the home barn that you ride at provide any discounts for people?
Unfortunately, no. It's our trainer, it's what she does for a living. She has like 20 horses to pay for, which I'm sure you can imagine is quite expensive. And she has her own lesson program, so we don't get any special treatment or anything, nor would we ask that of her, because she does take a lot of her time and shows with us, and she puts a lot of time and effort into our team, and we appreciate her very much for that. So fortunately, we don't get a discount, but that's okay.
Are there any other questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you for coming in and presenting to us.
Thank you.
Up next is crew.
I'm Ava, I'm the president of the crew team. This year, we're increasing the amount of regattas we're traveling to, or in the coming year, I should say. Nine, as our team expands, we are asking for a total of about $4,500 for that. Total of 9 regattas. There's about 5 in the fall and 4 in the spring. And then for each of those regattas, we have to rent a truck to tow our trailer and our boats. So that's additional money, asking for about $1,425 to rent that truck from the campus. And then there's entry fees on top of that, which is typically through US Rowing or NCAA. This varies per regatta depending on the program it's through, but our estimates is around $4,000. And then as far as equipment goes, we're looking to get new sweep and scull oars, which are our big and our small oars that we use for our boats, as the current ones we have are pretty outdated and kind of difficult to use and have some fiberglass issues. And then finally, we're asking for a fiberglass kit, which would go towards fixing our boats. MMA donated 2 boats to us this past fall. So we're looking to repair those so they can actually get out on the water and we can use them. And you need some splash jackets for our team, because like I said, our team is growing, and we don't have enough to go around at regattas as of right now. So our total for requested items is, if I have it, sorry, $15,000, but.
Are there any questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you for coming and presenting to us. Up next, boxing.
Good to see you guys again. I'm Ian, the president of Boxing Club. This is Connor, our treasurer. We are requesting $2,500 from the student government after fundraising $500 ourselves. It's a tier 3 organization. About $1,600 of that will be going into entry fees to register the boxing club under USA Boxing, as well as do individual memberships. Those are $85 each, and you have to renew them every year. It's a little bit annoying, but the memberships provide us secondary insurance through USA Boxing, which will help people pay for if they actually get seriously hurt, and will keep the school from being liable. The remaining $1,400 will go towards getting new equipment. We'd like to get a new punching bag to put in foster room, as well as hand pads to do more one-on-one work, and get some new jump ropes and things like that. Yeah, so $2,500 from you guys.
Are there any questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you for coming in and presenting.
Thanks, guys.
Up next is baseball.
Well, I'm Al Groff, I'm the treasurer of baseball, and what we'll be requesting is mostly for travel and lodging, with around two overnight trips for hotels and many day trips that unfortunately have to be 2 days because we don't want to be waking up at 7 a.m. to go get the cars. And overall, it's around 8 to 10 different travel areas throughout the New England that we'll visit. So travel will be around $1,000, and also with league fees that comes out of $700, along with baseballs and umpire fees that will happen in the spring, since the league only runs in the fall. That comes out around $2,000, along with other non-requested things like gas and tolls and travel. Overall, that's it.
And as mentioned, there's a special thing with league fees for them because one of their seasons, their league fees do go through a larger organization and one doesn't. And so there's a stipulation that we will not cover the umpires in the spring season. Any other questions first? Seeing none, thank you for coming in and presenting. Thank you. Up next, Alpine Ski.
I'm Lauren, I'm the current treasurer, I have our future treasurer here with us and our president. Our total operating budget accepted for this coming season is around $25,000. So it's a very expensive sport. Most of that is coming from travel and race fees. Our total expected expenses for travel is $5,760, and that includes our travel for staying where we race. There's no mountains nearby, so we have to travel to go to that. Our total entry fees, which is a lot, is $12,450, and that includes our USCSA entry fees and all of our individual race fees for all of our athletes, as well as our Division II student Reynolds division. We have a couple of non-requested items, but our total operating budget is $25,000, and our total requestable amount is $22,660. So we're investing the full tier one funding for this coming season.
Any question for our speaker? Seeing none. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And with that, finalizes our sports club segment. Senator Collins.
I would just like to request, I'd like to request to add a 5-minute recess now before the next.
Hearing second, there is a motion on the floor to add a 5-minute recess. Once this discussion debate ends, is there any discussion on that motion? President Trevor.
Mr. Chair, is this the end of the sports club?
This is the end of sports clubs.
Okay, then I think this is more than appropriate.
Is there any further discussion on this topic?
All right.
Oh, yes, sir. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Is there any other discussion on this? Any debate on the motion? President Trevor.
I think this is more than appropriate.
Other debate on this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Fair majority that passes. We will now enter 5-minute recess and come back at 8:21. No student organization was at Armstrong Study. Presenting budgets. Next will be representative boards. Representative boards get 5 minutes each to speak. Our starting representative board is the Honors College Student Leadership Council. Are they present?
They were, I can just.
In the bathroom, okay. We have IFC already presented. We'll move into Penn Athletic Council. Are we okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Oh, it would seem.
We don't have What else?
If we could just, once we get it. Okay. So, sorry. Penn Athletic Council. Okay, so you are all set to present.
All right, my name is Kelsey Radnow. I'm the vice president of GI on the Penn Athletic Council. Emily's not here tonight, and neither is Megan, so I'm here introducing our budget for the year. And so to start off at the top, we have recruitment software usage fees for $1,000, recruitment shirts, $3,500, printing services, $50. Programming, which is Greek Week, all the things that go into Greek Week, $3,000. Our philanthropy committee of Circle of Sisterhood is under $1. Office supplies we have for $200. Badges, cords, dangles is $600. Our anti-hazing events, $250. NGLA is at $1 and DEI is at $500, putting it out to $9,102.
Are there any questions for our speakers? Just to go over amendments that were made, I'll go over that before. EDC chose to reduce philanthropy support down to $1 from the requested $1,500. They chose to reduce frequent events down to $3,000 down from the requested $5. They chose to reduce the NGLA conference down to $1 from the requested $2,000. No changes were made, and reasoning for this from EDC was that it kept it in line with where we were envisioning other or where we were setting other boards and community association and in line with IFC and what we do with their requests. Are there any questions for our speaker, Senator Sparks?
A couple of the line, a lot of the lines it says needed, and then it would be $0. That's if I need to use $0 and it's 250. On a couple of the lines, it says needed. $0 requested. Amount. Can you explain that?
Needed requested amount.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. With this, I'm going to change it over. The needed is actually a previous year item. It's not there needed. So I had this on a few of them, and then I guess I missed this one when I was transitioning over. The needed line is just what was given last year, or I think was requested last year. One of the two. But you can see that anti-hazing, NGLA, and DEI are all 0 because those weren't on their request last year. Those are going to be limits. Please refrain from throwing things over the Senate floor, please. Thank you. Are there any other questions? VPSL fan.
Can either the chair or the speaker explain DEI, what DEI is, and 2, why it was cut down to 500 and not $1, the other examples?
I can touch on that. For DI, we do have a little bit of a budget within Panhandle, but this is my position. And so I'm looking to more expand it because in past years, there really hasn't been a strong foundation for DI as a role on Panhandle. It was every time it was described, it was go with the flow. So I've been trying to set up more of a foundation and doing more events that really do impact DI and the inclusivity in Panhandle and all over Panhandle and IFC. And so the budget of the $2,000 really just my past event this semester cost nothing, but I was looking to make an annual event in the spring. And most of that budget came from renting out the alumni house. But just so trying to make more of an impact within DEI to have that money because there really hasn't been before.
President Trevor.
Point of privilege, if I may. To your point, I think that this is obviously the precedent here is that we don't fund anything that doesn't have a precedent already or a core plan. The uniqueness of this event is that you put on one at a smaller scale and plan to upscale it, correct?
Yeah.
So the reason that I think EDC made this decision is because there is more kind of teeth to it than what would be a idea. And to the delegate's point, I don't know, representative point, that the position within Panhandle is solid. It just hasn't had a lot of love.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions for our speaker? Senator Cowan.
Can you expand on what events this would look like or what some ideas you've thrown out are? Yeah. So this within the past month or so, I did a mental health panel. So we had a certain amount of members from each sorority come. I put together a panel of panelists and we talked about mental health. So substances, social media, Greek life community, all things that contribute to mental health, and that costs nothing. But then the budget for this and trying to upscale the event was a diverse tea party. And so that was just having a speaker come in, a keynote speaker, having people get together and really just creating that community. And then I'm also looking to do in the fall, anti-hazing events and personal branding events. And that's kind of geared toward business, but also personal branding, really good authentic self in any career that you go into. So just more events that really expand DI as a whole.
Senator Cowan.
On that note of expanding the impact of DEI, have you considered reaching out to on-campus partners the Title IX office, student wellness, or the Office for Community Connection that are already working in these fields? Yeah, I have reached out to Swell and to Title IX, and I'm trying to put on a few small events with them, anti-hazing, when we get back to school during formal recruitment, because that's always a big issue. So really around that, I've been reaching out to them.
Are there any further questions for our speaker?
Could you repeat your name, please?
Presley Rideout.
Seeing none, we will now move back up to Honors College Student Leadership Council.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay Pellet, the president of the Honors College Student Leadership Council. For our budget this year, we had a lot of non-requested items because we used to be a student activities board. We used to run a lot more in-person events, and now that we're a representative board of existing honors groups, we're probably not going to hold events really outside of our council meetings. So a lot of the stuff that we had requested last year, we don't need anymore, such as like food for events that we're using every single year. So for our budget this year, for our new council, it's mostly around the Maine Day Meal Pack Out, which is an event during May Day that tackles food insecurity. We pack like meal kits, and usually it's around like 7,000 to 8,000 meals that we'll distribute to food pantries around the state. So it's a really big event, and we usually get all of Honors College freshmen involved. We usually get a lot of sports teams involved. So that's where a lot of our budget lays. So we have 800 for the Maine Day Meal Pack Out team leader shirt. So the way that the event runs is that there are tables that run different meal kits, and there'll be a leader at each table that is going to run basically like the assembly line. So they have shirts that indicate who they are. So then the students that are kind of filtering out throughout the day know who to talk to and who to guide them throughout the event. We also have $200 for advising or advertising materials, pretty self-explanatory, like flyers and printing. And then the rest of our budget lies in the Maine Day Meal Pack Out meals for $9,000. Again, you can typically pack around 8,000 meals with that amount. That's how much it costs to buy the actual meal kits that we are preparing and packaging together on that day. And then we have food for $1, keeping it as a line item if we need it for the future, but we don't need it as of right now.
And just as a quick reminder, everything cut down to $1 is an item that can be requested next year. For an increase, everything that's cut down to $0 is an item that will not be able to be requested again during the next year. At least in the same form that it is. Are there any questions for our speaker? President Tripp.
What support, if any, do you get from Dean Weinauer's office or the Weiner Honors College?
That's a question for Senator Collmore. He's on that committee.
Senator Collmore.
On the case of, so the Honors College Student Leadership Council has been getting a menial amount of support from the administration. I would say, but the main thing that happens the most because the associate dean is the person who runs that group. But in terms of funding, nothing. In terms of meals, nothing. I think they've helped with a couple of the poster printing things. So when we have our big donor poster that we do, they have paid historically paid for that. So, but in terms of meals, nothing.
President Tripp.
I have another question for either of you. Does this make UMSG the largest sponsor of the Maine Day Meal Pack Out annually?
I think so, but there's been a lot of flux on the number two. It's ranked the most we've ever raised this year, which has been a really good thing. Obviously, it's not a consistent number because most of those are grants. So I don't know how much the rest of those are, but that's fine. People can. I think so.
I think it could be. Yeah. Are there any further questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you for presenting. Finally, for boards, we have a senior class council.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kenzie Kopinski. I am the current president of the Senior Class Council. And this is Brayden Pridgeon, who is the upcoming year's president for Senior Class Council. So I'm here requesting on his behalf $300 for stickers, which is just as it has been in the past. We're requesting $1,250 for movie licensing. This will be a senior week event. But this year's class council is hosting a movie night, and the licensing to be able to host that was this amount. We also are requesting $100 for food and drinks for that movie night as well. We had another senior week activity, which was Mario Kart on the Mall. We originally requested $600, but EBC has changed that down to $1. Class Council the last 2 years has also put on a gala, which is just like a dance, an opportunity for senior class to get together. So we're requesting $1,000 for that this year. And then another typical senior week activity is cap decorating. So we're requesting $500 for those supplies. We also have trivia night as another prospective senior week activity. So we're requesting $500 to help support that. Then one of the other senior week activities is going to be what's called the senior send off. So the idea behind this is just, it's kind of just like a last hoorah for the senior class. So for this event, we're requesting a total of, I believe that's $5,000. So this is broken down into $500 to support the venue for this event, $1,910 to support catering, $300 for decorations, $2,290 for activities. And then we're requesting $200 for printing funds. That should be more than enough to cover the entire year. And then $50 for office supplies that are needed.
Are there any questions for our speaker? Just a quick note, the reason why we cut down Mario Kart Mall was because when presenting, the presenter stated that a lot of the funding would go towards prizes, but we don't fund prizes. And so EBC voted to cut it down to $1 so that if they would like to change their request, make it so it's more of a facilitation of the event and not the prizes for the event, we're willing to help out with that in the future. Just not as it was when it was originally requested, and so it needs a reconsider. Are there any further questions for our speaker? President Tripp.
So over the last 2 years, James, correct me if I'm wrong, student government has kind of otherwise sponsored the Hardy Maine Farewell, which is certainly geared towards seniors, but not necessarily for seniors. And I was wondering if there's any conversation about including that in the senior class budget with you all, and if not, if you think that would be appropriate in the future.
So James and I had spoken briefly at a meeting, I think it's just before spring break, about potentially doing something for this year's Hardy Maine Farewell. That conversation hasn't been continued, but it absolutely could be with the upcoming years, especially with a little bit more heads up and some further planning, maybe in conjunction with UMSG to help kind of like finalize the details of what that collaboration would look like.
President Tripp, I have a point of information for the Vice President of Student Entertainment. How much did you put towards that this year? What was that final cost?
It's about the 3,600.
Any other questions for our speakers or for the members? Seeing none, thank you for presenting. Seeing an end to our representative board presentations, we will now move into community association presentations. Again, we will start with Student Heritage Alliance Council. It says center, but it should be council.
Hi, everybody. We're Gainan. The Student Heritage Alliance Council for this upcoming year is requesting $6,466. The lion's share of this is constituted by the $6,000 directed towards the Friends and Family Feast in the fall. One change that we're seeing this year is a reduction to $1 for the Shack Formal. Since this year it's looking a bit different, and so following it's like this precedent, we want to make sure that it's as solid as possible before we, commit to a sum that may be overzealous or unfitting of the event that comes out to be. The rest of that, the 465, it covers office supplies, printing, binders, and the like. And then the last dollar is the piece.
Any questions for our speaker? President Tripp.
Similar questions to the one I just asked. The hair care fair. We've had conversations about also solidifying that into the annual budget, making that an annual event. And I'm wondering if Shaq's had that conversation.
Yeah, we haven't talked about that, yet.
Okay.
I have heard that, BSU is doing really well, with planning for the hair care fair, so I can, get in touch with her to see what the cost of that looks like and, if they're more comfortable with incorporating that under SHAC for, succession, see.
Just a quick note on that, generally, for community association representative boards, if there's an organization under them that hosts an event, we usually don't include that in the annual budget unless it then moves to being the whole representative board or community association event. So as mentioned, currently the haircut fair is a big BSU event. If it were to be included in our annual budget, it would then end up being a SHAC event and no longer just a BSU event, which is why there's some transitions that would need to take place. Are there any other questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you for presenting. Next is the International Student Association.
Hi everyone, my name is Sharif Habib and I'm the president of ISEC. So our request is very straightforward. We were receiving 15,700 each year for our events. But this year, the city has already decided to cut $2,500 from the International Dancing Festival. The problem is that, as they have mentioned instead, that we should move from the CCA auditorium to the Park Auditorium, which this year we had 800 to 1,000 participants attendees in the first show, in the afternoon show, and we had almost 600 plus attendees in the evening show. We also need a bigger space for the backstage. For this year, we have 59 performers and volunteers which were working in the backstage. And with Hawk only has the capacity of 400 people for attendees at one time, which is not possible for us, and it's kind of killing the International Dancing Festival, the event at all. So we are requesting the same amount that we were getting previous years, which is $6,300, and with that, we were still fundraising like some sort of 4,600 by ourselves.
Do we have any questions for our speaker? For clarification, I guess, from the change that EBC made. EBC changed the title of the coffee hours now to country showcases, to kind of have more of a focus on the aspect of showcasing the countries that are involved in ISA, and making sure that every event has some type of country that is being focused on for the period. And so that general members are more inclined to go there as a learning experience and as well as a social experience. So we made that change from fall coffee hour and spring coffee hour to fall country showcase and spring country showcase. Then changes that were made was the venue rental. EBC expressed that they would like to see a cheaper venue pursued in the future, with a venue currently being the CCA and the prices of the CCA being so high. Mentions in EBC were that we could move towards a venue like Hawk Auditorium, where the other dance showcases take place for the International Dance Festival. And so EBC had motion to cut that down to $4,500 for how much we feel we would be comfortable with for spending on a venue for this event. But we also chose to then reduce our amount by that much, meaning that the International Dance Festival was reduced down to just $3,800 from the requested $6,300. Meaning that similar to what we do with sports clubs, where we have a certain amount of items that are listed as requestable, those being $4,500 for venue rental. EBC decided that they will not fund costumes, just because in the past, issue with where it's kept and whether those costumes go towards undergraduate to graduate students have been an issue. So cutting costumes completely, still being able to keep the $1,200 as requestable for t-shirts, still being able to keep the $400 as requestable for dress rehearsal pizza, and still being able to keep the $200 as requestable for programs, with a maximum request from student government, or maximum requestable amount from student government to the International Dance Festival of $3,800. Are there any questions by the members of EBC or for our speaker, President Trey?
I just have a point of privilege, if I may. We intend to have a conversation about this when we get to the amendment period. I think that we will come to a conclusion then.
Are there any other questions Senator Sparks.
Is the 3,800 like a specific number that you found for a different venue, or is it just a number that seemed good?
The 3,800 was the 6,300, and then we adjusted for venue rental. Where we took 3,500 off of venue rental, and so we just decreased the International Dance Festival amount by 3,500.
Right, did you find like a specific place, like an alternate place for them to hold it that soft?
Office was Hawk Auditorium at those different sources that I've talked to.
Yeah, the problem with the Hawk Auditorium is that its capacity is 400 maximum. And we had 800 plus 800 to 1,000 attendees this in the first show, and we had 600 in the second show. So it's actually not an ideal alternative.
Question, President Tripp.
So our money goes towards obviously events that are free to undergraduate students. Do you charge tickets for any non-undergraduate student attendees?
So it's a public event. We do not charge anyone. It's mostly public, students and public, families and everyone.
Are there any other questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you for presenting them. Thank you. Up next is Wildstone.
My name is Jackson Gamble. I am the president of Wildstein Queer Straight Alliance. So we are requesting $75 for tabling materials, $25 for printing, $200 for craft supplies, $80 for Transgender Day of Remembrance, $550 for Gay Thanksgiving, $8,500 for the drag show. Depending on meetings, so I can break down. $450 for lavender prom, $400 for lavender graduation. And that is a total of $10,250.
Do you have any questions for our speaker? President Tripp.
Do you charge tickets to the drag show?
Yes, in the past, we've charged $15 for tickets. The CCA takes a $3 fee, so it's only $12 per ticket that actually got taken off the cost of our bill. This year, we're going to be charging $20 per ticket. So with the $3 fee, that's $17. Yeah, $17.
President Tripp.
And that is for tickets of non-undergraduate students.
Yes.
Are there any questions for our speaker, Senator Wolfield?
How many people normally attend the drag show?
So I don't have an exact number because no one has ever asked the CCA for that before. I intend to ask them for that information after this year's drag show. But from what I've heard, it's around 400 people for the last 3 years.
Are there any other questions for our speaker? Seeing none. That is the end of our community association presentations. We will now be moving into exec presentations, presenting their executive budgets. We have student entertainments going present them. I would like to note, before student entertainment presents, you can head up to the podium, that the actual budget breakdown that you see, we see it grouped here because that's how it's been done in the past. The actual budget breakdown is quite amended from what you would see in the ordinance.
What a privilege. When do exec committees go?
Huh?
When does like FTC and marketing calculation go? After?
The next one. Committees are after execs, and then after that, I would like a senator to make a motion to add a period for me to discuss compensation, because I had not mentioned that earlier. Did I switch them? Hold on, did I switch those? Oh, I did. Dylan, if you leave the podium. Whoops, okay. So next, we'll be moving into committees. Apologies.
With the Fair Election Practices Commission Chair, please approach the podium and present on your budget.
Right, so I have requested $3,070 for next year. Going through, that's $200 for stickers, it's the I voted stickers. Inauguration invitations, $300. Flyers, that's just general printing costs for, flyers to get people to vote, that's $50. Voting booths, I put for $20, that's just the trifold posters, like Walmart kind of thing. Inauguration refreshments, that's food and drink, I put that for $2,000. We have to get it from Wells Catering if we are doing inauguration at Buchanan. Wells is pretty expensive, so that's higher, and then candidate reimbursements is at $500.
Are there any questions for our speaker? Seeing none, thank you for presenting. Now, would be marketing and public relations, which our DOC is not present, is that correct?
Correct.
So I will present marketing and public relations. With marketing and public relations, there was no requested budget, but EBC felt that next year's DOC should have some type of funding to be able to work from and function as a proper director of communications. And so EBC made allocations based on where we feel like we'd like to see the DOC position in the future. And so under needed, that's what you see from last year's request. So again, this is the previous year that you see under needed. It was $650 for printing materials, merch was $1,000, and equipment and materials was $120. If you go under the DOC file, that file is last year's submission. So for 2025, where equipment and materials just went towards Canada in the past. Now, this year, EBC decided to give $650 for printing flyers, the same, did not change it from what was last year. For merch, we cut it down to $1 because merch has kind of fallen under both VPSL for certain aspects and VPSE for others, if we think about the unit first. And so we felt that now merch is kind of housed under different divisions, but that there might still be a situation where merch is needed to be requested. And so we cut it down to $1, or I guess raised it up because there was no request. For equipment and materials, we chose to increase this from $120 from last year all the way to $1,200. The idea with this is that it's not just going to cover Canva. This year it covered Canva, as well as there was a request for CapCut Pro, which is a video editing software. So that was graphic design software and a video editing software. The $1,200 is about the price of the Adobe suite. So if we have a DOC who is more familiar with the Adobe suite, and that is what they would choose to use, they can likely be more productive in that than they would a different software system. And so rather than having them be retrained in a new system, we decided that we'd allocate for this because Adobe is also the industry standard for graphic design and for video editing. So that's why we chose to increase it up to $1,200 from the $120, just to give room for whatever the next DOC feels they need to run their job adequately. This does mean that we've increased the total amount for the Marketing and Public Relations Committee budget up from $1,770 last year to $1,851 this year. Are there any questions on EBC's decisions to allocate this funding? Seeing none, we will now move into execs. Would VPSC and Lehman please approach the podium? Again, a quick note is that what you see is not broken down by line items like everything else has been. And so Vice President Representative Lehman will give a presentation. Do you have a copy of all the amendments that we made? No, so I will give you a copy of all the amendments we made. Yeah, the numbers that you see are the general new items. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. So as you'll notice, the total requested was the $3,000
$345,000. That's an exact carbon copy of the total operating budget that we had this year. Never mind. So, yeah, just for those of you who don't know, policy-wise, student entertainment has to be cut down to no more than 25%. So all the cuts were within EBC and completely understanding. Again, all of them were to the programs line. The concert, we requested $250,000. That got cut down to $147,000. Okay, Fall Fest, we requested $10,000. That got cut down to $1. Oh, Fall Fest was our fall music festival. That's when we got a bunch of local bands and other bands and food to all perform at the IMRC during the fall. We thought that this was a good replacement to the two shows being like the comedian and then the big spring concert to bolstering up the spring concert and making that much bigger, but then also providing students with a music show in the fall. What else got cut? UNH t-shirts, 8,000. 8,000 is almost exactly what we need for like shirt pricing and for like the total number of shirts, and that got cut down to $1. And then the partnership events, those are the events that we do with CSI, and just general random thing. I wasn't originally partnership events. This was the miscellaneous events for this year, but we're talking with BPFA Bone. We got that moved to partnership events again. We partnered with CSI a lot, and that got cut down from $30,000 to $22,000.
Okay, are there any questions for our speaker? Again, I'll give a quick overview of this. Advertising is $1,000. The rider is $1,000. Concert was $250,000, was cut down to $147,000. Fall Fest was $10,000, was cut down to $1. Movie tickets remained at $35,000. UNH t-shirts was $8,000, was cut down to $1. Maine bound was $10,000, remains at $10,000, and partnership events with CSI was $30,000 and now sits at $22,000. Are there any questions? Commissioner Stankovitz.
Do you know how long you expect that main bound allocation to last? Do you expect that?
Yeah, so that is part of ongoing talks. BPFA, BOM, ABPSC. Paul and I had a meeting with them about ways to solve this issue. This time again, they're fully aware that we can't go over the 10,000, so it's not like we're not going to have to come back because it's going to be in our partnership agreement that $10,000 is the max that we're willing to spend, and we're going to be working with them to figure out how to make sure that that yearly rate is around $10,000.
Are there any more questions? Commissioner Stankovitz.
Is there a reason that the UNH shirts are in your budget and not the marketing and public relations budget?
That is a great question. That happened this year, I believe, after having to do a funding request to get them, and we decided to add them to my budget permanently this year. I think it's the first, or maybe last year, but I don't know why that originally happened, but it happened.
President Trick.
Point of privilege, if I may, on that point. The BUNH t-shirts have historically been student entertainment collaboration. So if you look back at anybody seen the one picture of the one guy who's like turned away and it's the BUNH shirt from a few years ago? It's like he was in marketing all the time. That has the student entertainment logo on it. It's just kind of where it's been housed. It could be moved, it could not be moved. I think that maybe in conversation about the fact that student entertainment is one of the few budgets that does have not an artificial cap, a useful cap, that it could be moved, but it's put to $1, right?
Yes.
So this is more of a formality nonetheless, and the Senate will decide how much it wants to spend. It just allows when it's in something like an executive budget, especially when usually the VPSC, ABPSC, and DOC collaborate on the design of the t-shirt. It allows us to move faster than having to do the budget request process. And that is because I think that almost every year we get up to like the UNH time and we go, oh my gosh, the t-shirts. It's probably our fault. But it just in that case allows us to have a quick turnaround.
Are there any further questions? BPSL bad.
You said the shirts were put down to $1, right? You explain a little more on that since those are a traditional thing.
Shirts were cut down to $1, because there was a bit of a pain this year where, campus athletics charged us to be able to give away free t-shirts at their hockey game. And so because, PBC felt, I guess, disenfranchised, is that the term? For having to pay to be able to give students free things at a hockey game, we would like to move away, maybe see it in a different type to see this benefit to students. That's not the typical UNH shirts. And it's cut down to $1 so that there can still be UNH t-shirts if that's what the Senate next year deems something they're willing to spend the funding on. But just they need to decide come next year with next year's Senate and not this current Senate. Any further questions on student entertainment budget? Same here.
How much was what we charged for providing those shirts?
$200?
To become essentially an official sponsor of, is that not the right number?
Like 280.
280. It was become an official sponsor of athletics. I have a meeting before the end of the year to kind of bring this grievance up to Jude Keeley, who's the athletic director. But basically the turnaround was right there and they were like, pay this or don't get to, and we paid it this year.
Is there any further questions for our speaker or about the DPSC budget? DPSO Thompson.
Were there like weird regulations around using logos as well this year when designing the t-shirt?
Yeah, so when we were designing the t-shirt, it was more of suggestions and not like actual rules, but they wanted logos to be a certain size and visible, especially if we're using the registered trademark logo. So, and they were more, there was never like, you can't print these shirts or give them out, but it was like, can you please make it bigger? You know, you're using our logo. Because again, this is a completely separate entity, so.
Are there any further questions for our speaker or about the DPSE budget? Seeing none, thank you for presenting. Would VPSL Fang please approach the podium?
Okay, hi guys, on the home stretch. Advertising correspondence, that's my merch budget, $750 is up to 2.1 grand next year. This year I spent about 1.7-ish already. I plan to spend more for the end of the year. So again, I need more money for next year if I want to keep this up. This also allows me to do bulk pricing, which means I can order more instead of buying 100 at a time. Equipment and materials. This is binders and binder dividers. For those of you that were here in the fall, I talked about that I wanted to use binders more. That's not something I got to do. I've talked a lot with VP elect Sparks about how to better use them next year, and I have a better plan. Office expenses. This is stuff with anticipating more merch means I will need better ways to support that merch. Right now, I have those massive totes you see, and I'd like smaller ones so I don't throw 5 different things in one tote. Programs was cut down, and I think that's reasonable. That says $1,101, $1,100 of that is for my traditional Senate retreat, where a majority of that budget goes to catering costs, since I haven't spent any on a fun activity, since I've tried to do more fun retreats. And that $1 is because I want to do a more general leadership retreat for the general student body or club leaders, but because it's not something I've done before, we're gonna call it $1, and then if I have a better plan, I'll come back next year.
All right. A quick recap of that: $2,000 for cabling merchandise, kept at $2,000. $100 for brochures and flyers, kept at $100. $50 for senator binders, kept at $50. $50 for binder tabs, kept at $50. Senate retreat was requested at $1,500, was cut down to just $1,000. Leadership program was requested at $1,000, was cut down to just $1. Smaller toast was requested at $100 and was capped at $100. Is there any questions about the student leadership budget? Senator Lorne.
UPSL Bang, is there a specific piece of merch that you think would be at next year?
You know what? People have really been into the idea of UMSG Band-Aid. I'm looking into it, I'm serious.
Senator Blau. Sauce.
Do we know what the Senate retreat is this year?
For the spring?
Yeah.
Yes, kind of. I don't want to take up the time right now. If I don't drop it in the Senate chat tomorrow morning, it will be before end of day Friday.
It's okay. Are there any further questions about the student leadership budget? Representative Emery.
In the case that any UMSG employees or senators get a paper cut, I strongly advocate for UMSG band-aids.
Are there any other questions relating to the student leadership budget? Seeing
Josh.
President Trick.
My question is for the VPSL as well as Director Salidas, if you have any insight on this. We've been bouncing back and forth between bringing back the leadership curriculum and kind of like the collaboration of whatever that was beforehand. I know I was nominated as a freshman, and then I got an email that said, "Oh, we're not doing this anymore." Has there been any talks about bringing that back, or no? No.
Okay.
That doesn't mean something else being here.
Okay. Are there any further questions about student leadership budget? Seeing none, thank you, Vice President Bang, or VPSL Bang. I'm now looking for a senator to make a motion at a period for the chair to present on the compensation tab. Senator Warren.
Motion to add a time for maybe a bit compensation.
Second.
Now.
Now, okay, hearing a second, is there any discussion or debate on this? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The majority that passes. Okay, so to go over compensation, just so that everybody's aware, sports clubs and student entertainment both capture 25% of our annual budget after accounting for compensation. And so that revenue number that I told you at the beginning, minus the total compensation, is that percentage that each sports clubs and student entertainment gets to take 25% of. So to start off, we have office salaries. Below, so up top, you can see the general totals. Then you can see a breakdown beneath. So office salaries is listed beneath, where I list out Pam, Sean, and BJ. So for our office salaries, we see Pam with her updated contract figure. We see Sean on his current contract that you haven't considered, and we see BJ on his contract from last year. BJ is an hourly employee, and so that is just the previous hourly rate scaled up by CPI, and then the total amount that you see for the year is just the total amount that was allocated for last year, also scaled up by CPI, which is 2.7%. All of our employees do get CPI raises, so that was accounted for. Or all of our office salary employees do get CPI increases, and so that was accounted. You can see up top, previous year, office salaries were $187,141.31, and now they are $193,759.04. This is accounting for the raise that Pam was given by the Senate a couple weeks ago, as well as CPI for everybody else. And CPI was also on top of Pam's raise. Next, we move on to student taxable wages, student government. This is among our general internal office. We have 6 execs, each makes $9,135, split among $21 at 15 hours a week. DOT, DOC, and AVPSE, those are each 10-hour week positions at the lower rate of $1,850. We have 3 of them. Each one goes $5,365 for the year, totaling $16,095 for all 3 of those positions. For FEPC and DOT, both of their positions are 5-hour week positions, also at the $1,850, which puts us at $2,682.50 times 2, which gets us $5,365. Finally, clerk. The clerk position, we're allocating for it because we don't intend to have VJ still sitting in on all of our meetings. We intend to hire a clerk to sit in on these meetings. And so the clerk makes, I think it's $75.50 per meeting times all of our meetings for the year, plus an extra for the annual budget, because kind of as a double meeting, because it always takes so much longer. We have one clerk, that's $2,265. The total of our student government general office that's outside of our full-time employees is $78,535. Next, moving on to the community associations and rep boards, they get paid the same amount as our APC and DOT do, the $18.50 for 5 hours a week, and budgeting for 12 of them next year. Just if there's any increases, I think we currently sit at 10, but there are 2 in the works, one for the on-campus resident and one for the sports clubs. So just to account for that, we are accounting for it in the annual budgeting process. 12 times $2,682.50 is $32,190 totaling for that for our boards and community associations. Next, payroll taxes. These payroll taxes are added on top of our general payments to everybody. For Medicare, it's at 1.45%. So it totals $4,415.02 for the year. Social Security is at 6.2%. That's $18,878.01. Family medical leave. This is Maine paid family medical leave. It's a new thing as of a couple years ago that we are accounting for. And so that is 1%. And so that would be $3,044.84 for that, totaling our payroll taxes at $26,337.87. For unemployment taxes, these are mostly Maine focused. We have the Maine unemployment general, that's at 1.98% for a total of $6,028.78. Then we have Maine unemployment program, which is a special offshoot of that at 0.17%, for totaling $517.62. Then we have unemployment compensation taxes at 0.14%, totaling $426.28, meaning that our Maine unemployment taxes total $6,972.68 in total. All combined, our total requests for compensation among all parties and taxes is $337,794.59. The other change that you see up top that's noted now is transitional executive compensation. This was not accounted for previous year, that's why it's blank. We are accounting for it this year because it is in our standing rules or constitution, I can't remember, somewhere, as well as in the financial policies that we are to allocate funding for 1 week's worth of wages for all of our student government level, not our boards and community associations, to get training for transition periods. And that is $2,705.50. Is there any question on our compensation totals? President Tripp.
One privilege if I may.
So, I mean, this is a pretty big part of our budget. It's always been a pretty big part of our budget. And I think that's something that's really important to keep in mind when we're considering why compensation is such a big part of our budget, is that we are functioning as essentially, and I think that my colleagues over here can concur, a department level. I mean, we are daily operations in top of all of the work that goes over the summer. And again, we're compensating a lawyer for the student body. So this is pretty steep, but I think it's important that all of this is seen as dollars that is also going to students, considering all of the work that is done for students out of these dollars. On top of that, I mean, a lot of these salaries have had major increases across the years that these individuals have worked at student government. So in my mind, obviously, compensation is pushing towards a third of the budget. But if you think about the kind of, if we were to have turnover, somebody who has 10 years of experience in PAM, I think it would be safe to say that perhaps someone brand new would start at a lower rate than PAM has been making. So think of it in those terms. We're also paying for years of institutional experience, knowledge, and expertise that not everybody would have in the future. And we've been so grateful and thankful to have those individuals be here for as long as they have and to have earned all of those dollars and additional dollars in salary. But I just want to make sure that is on your mind as you look at these numbers, which can feel a little bit big and kind of scary. I truly believe that each one of those dollars falls under what we talk about when we say that we're distributing this money back to students in manpower. Thanks.
Lori's not.
Just curious, clerically, why wouldn't retirement compensation be put in compensation? Why is it in the office budget? How it's been done, or?
Yeah, it's just how it's been done. Past and because our retirement plan usually comes up for like contract discussions. So later on, it's usually considered more with insurance and less with taxes and their communities. Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any further questions on our station section? Seeing none. We will now move into general consideration for. All right, let me just double check. I think, am I missing anybody for presentations? Seeing none, I will now move into general consideration for the annual budget by the Senate. I have one amendment that is on the table. Are there any more amendments that we should consider? Senator Wolfield.
I have a point of information,
Yes.
and this would be directed at BPFA Bone or the EBC, any of the EBC members that could answer. So I know I've mentioned a couple different times about like what was done with the refs. Where you were moving away from funding refs just for payroll and tax reasons, but also I think it does make sense on a like our responsibility level that that's not the first thing we're putting our funding towards as well. But I did notice for the women's, I believe there's no women's basketball team. There was a stipulation about their referees, but we're still funding their officials, even though their like requested amount is above their like tier funding level. And I know that was one of the things EDC was paying attention to, was like removing that line item if their requested amount was above their tier level. Is there a reason they chose not to do that for women's basketball?
Senator DeLorme?
Yeah, that was a special case because the women's basketball refs, I believe they host a lot of the games that they play, and the pool of referees in this area is not that expansive, and so like the chances of them getting the same referee was high, and also that was a large part of their budget that they need to pay for. So I believe that's we weren't able to kind of shift around money because that was one thing that was necessary.
Senator Weber.
Another thing with it is that they also, if they pay a ref over $600, they have to do their W-4, and putting it in writing with the stipulation puts it on their mind. If we either don't fund it or don't put it in writing, they could pay more and they would have to do that, or we could pay more. It's more of kind of, it deals with the problem without making it, like it makes it so everyone is secure and not having to do it more than just us being secure. We also do want them. So it makes it so it's on their mind as well that they aren't paying a single ref $600 or more. And it's again, something that we will on. So it was one of the weird cases with it.
And one more general clarification was that with them, during my meeting with them before they came to EBC, I mentioned how we've been cutting refs, and to them, having refs is more important than having jerseys. And so because their jersey amount is what puts them over that threshold where we could deduct and they'd still be fine. But to them, jerseys are not nearly as essential as refs are. We kept jerseys on there as requestable if they do find a way to, vertical raise, get their fundraising up, get dues up, anything like that. But we felt like we couldn't cut referees because then they'd be left with no option to pay for referees. Because they said that they don't feel like they'll be able to reach that threshold to cover it on their own because they're only a tier 3 organization. Are there any more general discussions for consideration? Questions, I guess, for me, a discussion on the annual budget as a whole. So now I will consider the amendment that we have before us, and then I will go line by line down the annual budget, and we will consider everything. I'll just look for general approval of the Senate. I'll ask for, does anybody want further consideration of this? At which point we will enter discussion. I'm not looking for approval, I'm looking for disapproval. If there's disapproval, we'll work from there. Does that make sense to everybody? Yes, general nods, okay, good. So the amendment that is coming to us is for community associations and for International Student Association. The amendment is to increase the amount that we give to International Dance Festival to back to the $6,300 that they had requested, but without touching the venue rental cap. And so they would still be capped, but we only give them $4,500 per venue rental. But they have a total spending that they can do of $6,300. So is there any discussion on this amendment to increase the International Dance Festival back up to 6,300? Senator Cowan.
How much is the CCA for reference? Or does anyone know?
The 7,000 will be cost on the CCA.
Okay.
So, St. Pierre.
Is that for 4,500 cap a policy limitation or was it just a choice by UBC?
It was a choice by UBC. If it would like to be changed, it can also be changed.
Okay.
VP Schellenbein.
Can the requester explain why they wanted to make this amendment?
Our requester is Senator Matthew Weber.
Yeah, so again, we talked about this in EBC as we had it full and then kind of last minute had to change due to information and it didn't quite get it with the ISA rep as well. We requested back because we thought that they weren't filling out the CCA and we're thinking that if they aren't doing it and we're not getting the money's worth that we're putting towards this, we should recoup some back, obviously, and it would still get the full support of the event. We found out that it was more, so we want to increase it back up. The reason the 4,500 didn't change is that still, even with us not funding costumes and that thing staying the same, there's still over like about $1,000 still more that they can request from us that we're giving to them. But again, I'll get more into why I'm for getting this in debate than here.
Senator Cowan.
Was there actual evidence presented to the committee that the International Dance Festival was not filling the CCA, or was this just sort of like a vibe or an assumption by the committee?
There was a confusion of numbers, I think, from undergraduate attendees versus home attendees to the event, which is where we got numbers that were much lower than what they actually were. Leading us to feel like it could go in a smaller venue, but now that we know that the full numbers are actually much higher. I feel like, I guess, I'll leave it at that. There was a confusion between what the numbers actually were, and underestimation of undergraduates representing all of these needs to be. Other question or other discussion? Seeing none. Yes, Ms. Sparks.
Do we know what the ratio of undergraduates to outside people, I guess, other people is?
That I cannot specify because a great amount of our attendees are like families, I should say. Some of the undergrad students and some professors, even the president of some was here. So basically, it's not all undergrads, but it's like a majority of undergrad students. Yeah.
That answer your question. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Senator Laurel?
I guess this would be directed towards the ISA representative.
has there been discussion about potentially charging for those outside attendees to the festival?
No, that is because it's it's actually a very good question. But we had a conversation about this, but we are actually covering those costs by fundraising. We're almost fundraising the same amount that we're getting from less of them, so I should say like 75% of the amount that we're getting from UMSG. So we are fundraising into that, we are like actually covering the rest of the costs.
Is there any more discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, is there any debate on the amendment? President Trevor.
Okay, I want to explain to myself, explain my one that led the charge of cutting down the funding. ISA has now historically been our most funded rep for a long time, considerably more so. And we were under the impressions of the undergraduate numbers being different. That being said, the precedent is that that's the side of things that we cover. And I think that this has been the one exception year in and year out that's broken that precedent. Our drag show, for instance, has been charging tickets to outside groups for years. This offsets the cost that is so like overbearing of the CCA, which is really expensive. And I believe that student government covers all of. The mentality behind that was to kind of equalize where we are with representative boards, especially as we have the increased funds. We want to be financially responsible with those funds. And in the past, we've had a lot of issues about us ending up subsidizing things for grad students and outside students. So it isn't still my opinion that I think the stipulation, I don't think it's much to ask for tickets. The Senate can make that decision. This is a precedent that's been set by every other event on campus that student government funds. We are only there to cover the stuff that is undergraduates. And if there is a large percentage, and from what we are understanding, and I'm glad that we get to have this discussion in front of the Senate, because I am not the end all be all on this, but we are under the impression that less than half of the attendees are undergrads. Especially with the amount of involvement of faculty and graduate students within the International Dance Festival, I felt that it was fair to at least begin to consider some sort of subsidizing so that we are not such a over subsidizer on this event. That being said, I do agree that if the CCA is the only option, that is much more of a problem with the university and the facilities that we've had. We've gone back and forth with this. Since then, I've had conversations with Director Slitas. Every organization is facing this problem where if they want to have anything on campus, it is CCA or bust, essentially. They don't have enough room for events that are bigger than, like we've said, how I believe the capacity of HAUC is 480, but nonetheless, I think that I don't disagree with us supporting and it remaining in the CCA. It just may be worth looking into a shift around how this event is funded and where we can offset those costs, because I believe that part of that offsetting of costs is also the ticket price, the $3 that we mentioned that the CCA recuperates. So, and that's anticipated through those ticket sales, if I'm not mistaken. So it's ultimately up to the Senate. I think that there's a compromise somewhere in between here. I'm not fighting for the no change in this. I think that there needs to be an increase in support, but I also think that there needs to be a little bit of a rethinking about the event as a whole. That being said, this is one of the most important events that go on campus. Part of it that makes it so expensive is that it has several showings, which and as well as I believe a rehearsal in the CCA, correct? Which is more than we do for any other event on campus. So there's a give and take here. I think the Senate should have a discussion about where we think that we fall. If we're going to be expected to do this for this group, we don't have an argument against not doing it for another group, again, especially when we're essentially subsidizing, under my eyes, the ticketing of non-undergraduate students, whether that be family of undergraduates or not. That's just not where student government exists. This was just a hope to stop places that we've been bleeding money, and that's all it is. I digress.
Is there any further? BPS open.
Point of information for Representative Gamble.
Yep.
Could you remind us how much you guys charge for grad show to non-undergraduates? And of your destination of 400 attendees, how many of those would you say are probably not undergraduate students?
In the past, we've charged $15. We're gonna be charging more this year. I don't have estimates of like how many people it is, but I do have the numbers of how much ticket sales we made last year and what we paid at the CC.
That's for, yeah, if you have.
Last year we made $1,416 from ticket sales, and we paid $4,192.48 for the CCA.
Is there any further debate? So yes.
I agree with what President Tripp said previously. I think that we have a responsibility to the undergraduate students that we're meant to serve, that we're using their money, we're giving their money back to them. And I think perhaps we're talking about increasing the funding back up and adding a stipulation. Maybe an idea for the stipulation would be a ticket price is charged to non-undergraduate students that's comparable to the drag show. And whatever money, because we don't know how many people are going to attend their undergraduates, we don't know the exact numbers until the day that it happens. So I think we could maybe fund it as much as it needs so that we know it will happen, and then recuperate the money from tickets that are sold, and that gets returned to unallocated after the event.
Senator Whiting. I think something that's important about the cultural fest in specific, or the dance, anything really cultural, is that all the culture isn't necessarily in our undergraduates. Like it won't be the same if there isn't that cultural people that aren't from Maine. I think that actually makes it somewhat better if there is other people from different cultures that are not in Maine. Makes it more diverse.
Senator Collins.
I agree with that, however, this wouldn't change, this is just more like on the attendees side of it. So it wouldn't exactly change like I agree, the value in the culture is in the performers and in who's performing and obviously in who's attending. But if these other events, I would say the same for events like that, it's kind of, there is value in who's attending the event too, but there's also value in making money. In fact, there's inherent value in that, so I think even, you know, sometimes, and it's weird, but sometimes things that you are charged for, it's one of those more, oh wow, this is something that like I had to pay for, so you know, maybe we'll go as like $15 or something, and that would still be significantly less than similarly linked shows in the CCA.
Senator Cowan.
To kind of agree, but then also like counter a previous speaker, I think that adding a stipulation that a ticket price be charged for non-undergraduate students should be added, but I don't think that we should stipulate how much they charge. I think that there is a very, very important aspect of this event that is in the community. It brings in the community, it creates from the outside community, not just those on campus. But it is not our job as the undergraduate student government to necessarily pay for those things. So I think that the fee itself should be decided on by the organization running the event, and maybe we can find a middle ground, like $7, so it's more easily accessible for community members. It isn't $20, and then you have to pay that for your whole family, but just somewhere that's just over the amount that the CCA would take, so they can still make money off of the event while keeping it accessible to the community.
President Tripp. This is me just giving this information. So if half the attendees that we were spoken of paid $15 for a ticket, that would be a recuperation of $12,000. So we're not talking about chump change when it comes to charging ticket prices. I also want to acknowledge that there's it would create a barrier of entry, and I would be really interested in the ISA representative's perspective on whether or not it would be a huge blow to the event itself to charge those things. Now, again, we are not obligated, we're actually more so obligated not to take on that cost. But I think that there is a balance to be made, and to a previous speaker's point, I think that stipulating the exact price is overreaching a little bit. But making a stipulation of a price, I would be in favor for. And I think that this next year would look like a little bit of a transition period, and it's gonna be uncomfortable, but figuring out where this should fall and how this should look moving forward.
Senator Weber. Yeah, I said I'll touch back on the previous point is we had pretty much brought down most things, like we had brought down the country showcases, we had brought down the International Dance Festival. And as someone who was an international student at a different place, really the only people that like for international students, really the only events that I would go to when I was an international student or what I hear here is that's the only events that international students go to is the ones that the students are putting on. So I agree that I'm fine with, especially this year, doing the full money. I agree with the ticket prices, and I also agree that we should charge a set price because they can be lower than the drag show. They're doing multiple shows, so they don't have to be as much to recruit the same amount of value that they're getting at the drag show, which is only one time. If they make them 10 or something around that, they can still get back almost all the money that we are giving to them, and that can make it for future years that this sort of transitional period lower. And so it's still giving the support to ISA this year and for future years, but more helping in the growth of it to even make it better long term because they can do more with it or do more for other things that they're involved with as well.
Representative, okay.
One thing that I want to mention beforehand, like this year is not a representative year of all the years that we had so far. In 2024, I was the vice president of ISA. We had almost 90% undergrads because this year it was a hockey game exactly in the same time, and there was Valentine as well. So it's actually I should not be saying that, or we should not be taking this year as a general, what is called representative of the ISA IGF event. So because there were two other events happening on the campus, and most of the students included here.
Is there any further? Thank you. Cynthia.
I have a question, maybe for the Wild Center representative or whoever would know. So the $3 fee is a fee that you only incur when you charge ticket prices, is that? Or would we have to pay that $3 fee anyways?
I was told that it was a fee on the ticket sales.
Because they have to make the tickets and everything. So I think that I think maybe I hear the points about it's no overreach to stipulate the exact amount, but I think we should at least stipulate that it should be over $3 because that is necessary to pay the CCA to actually make the tickets. That's from the information that I'm hearing. And then also, I think based on the numbers that we've heard, our main goal should be to make sure this happens in the CCA because Hawk Auditorium is not in this position. So I think what we should do is definitely fund as much as they need to be in the CCA. And then anything we make back is, a pleasant surprise to the unallocated figure later on.
Senator Calhoun.
Yeah. I think that's a really good idea. It's a good point. And so I think in case to avoid the $3, because we never know, to CCA and happenstance before the next year, we'll charge that, $4 or $5 for ticket fee. I think I'm in favor of us stipulating that it should be more so that, they don't make a negative when they charge for tickets. That would be counterproductive, but just saying add a number more than the CCA's ticket fee.
I also don't want it to get lost in the Senate, and I think that we're having a really open and honest and productive conversation here, that part of the reason that we're even having this conversation is because of the unnecessary and honestly bewildering charging of students that the CCA has been doing year in and year out. We're pushing entire departments out of this campus because they cannot afford it. The $3 ticket price is just unbelievable. It's like the Buffalo Wild Wings, as someone just said, charging you a fee to order. It is like price gouging. So I don't want it to be lost on the Senate that part of this conversation is a larger budget issue and cross-charging problem that this campus tends to have. So I just want to make sure that we are in this together more than we're not. And like I said, I don't think that we should be downsizing or pushing this event off campus if we don't have to, but eventually it's gonna get pushed off campus unless this gets solved. I will not live, I don't know why I keep saying this, I'm dying in 3 weeks. I will not live to see the day when the Senate does this. This has been a conversation I've been having a long time, so I also encourage this conversation to lead into another year of major action issue, because eventually none of us are gonna be able to afford to even exist on this campus, and that's a problem.
Is there any further debate?
Would you mind repeating the amendment as written?
The amendment currently is just to increase the allocation for the International Dance Festival from $3,800 to $6,300 and taking it from our allocated figure. Mr. Weber.
If we were to add the ticket stipulation, would that have to be something that is written out or something we could do during this?
Yeah, is Senator Stokes currently working on that? No. Yes, it would have to be written out and submitted to be sent over. There are sheets over there, and there are sheets over there. Yep. Senator Sparks.
Okay, so I was sitting in the back with the window open. Anyway, during this conversation, I was thinking, we're sitting here trying to plan the International Dance Festival in a matter of 30 minutes to an hour. So my proposed stipulation, which I am currently writing out, would be to replace the initial stipulation with only 3,800 can be allocated to the International Dance Festival. However, the ISA can come back for more funding for the International Dance Festival, but any line budget changes involving the International Dance Festival must go through the state. Some better written way.
To Senator Sparks' point, it sounds like what you're trying to outline is how EBC functions.
Right, but the budget line. Like if they took some money from a different line in their budget, it would have to go back to these things. If it involves the international business.
Different line in their budget? Okay. Okay. President.
I concur, we spent too much time on this. I don't think that that is the solution, because I do think that we already have mechanisms in place to make that work. I would like to point out that already, it is already the case that ISA can come back and request funding if they're in a situation where the current needs are not met by this. I do think, however, adding the stipulation about a ticket price and keeping it lower than the absolute amount puts onus on ISA to figure this out next year, and also causes institutionally this to be revisited during the year next year, so that the Senate can also hash this out when it knows exactly where we're at with money and kind of see it coming. And I do see this as something that should be planned far enough ahead anyway for us to kind of cross our teeth and dot our I when the time comes. So I don't want anybody to think that what the decision here, even if it's not fully funding it, means that the International Dance Festival does not happen. Because I don't see a future that the Senate would ever not let it happen. Ever.
VPS Thompson.
Point of privilege that I feel is relevant to Senator Sparks's amendment or stipulation is that, and maybe I'm wrong and this has just been chair discretion, but every transfer of funds, even within an approved budget, has already been put to an EBC vote this year.
Yes, I've been trying to put it before EBC votes. Transfer funds really only need VPFA's approval. But EBC is what I, as VPFA, have used as my arbiter. But it does not really go before Senate, which is what some of you asked for. Whatever. And so we are currently considering the first amendment. Is there any more debate on the current amendment? Senator Weber.
Motion to previous.
Motion to previous. Hearing a motion to previous. That's no discussion or debate on the motion previous, right? It's just all those in favor of a motion of what? Hold on.
Well, there is, you have to vote on the motion, because that's what you're doing.
Yes, vote on. Is there all in favor of the motion to previous? All opposed, motion to previous. All abstaining. Say a clear majority, the motion of previous passes. So seeing that pass, we will now enter a vote on allocating an extra $2,500 to the International Dance Festival line item with the International Student Association budget from our allocated, raising it to $6,300. All those in favor of this amendment? Hold on. All right. One more. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, we need to count. Seeing a clear majority. Oh, abstain? Okay. Seeing a clear majority, that passes. Now, was given another amendment. This amendment reads. It's a $0 amendment, but it has to add a stipulation of ticket price higher than the CCA fee to non-undergraduates. Sorry, this was also introduced by Senator Weber. So, hearing a second to that, is there any discussion on this? Again, it is adding a stipulation of ticket prices that are higher than the CCA's fee to non-undergraduate members. Senator Cowan.
If ISA were like, and this is all like theoretical, but if ISA were to like reach out to the graduate student government and they were to financially contribute to the event, could that stipulation then be changed to not include the graduate student if the graduate student government paid into the event?
Financial decisions, decisions can always be considered again for the financial decision. Any further discussion? Senator Oldfield.
Point of information for the rep. Did you guys ask or talk to graduate student government? Well, I know ISA it does have a pretty large graduate student body as part of it. Do you guys have you thought about reaching out to the graduate student government for support at all?
Basically, no.
Okay.
Yeah, there's only one international, like this is one of the biggest clubs and we have never contacted a graduate school for this.
Maybe something.
So far, our expenses are covered by UMSG and fundraisings. And I'm probably, not recently, but I think they will not be able to help out with all of this plus.
Is there any further discussion on adding the stipulation? Seeing none, is there any debate on adding the stipulation? Senator Weber.
Basically, what we talked about gets the fee, but also doesn't mean we're cutting funding for them. So even if there is some hiccups in how we do it, it means that they can run the event as they have done in the previous years, which have been a success. But again, it's more of a transitional thing. It also leaves room for kind of to other points is that they can still transfer to it if this is their last event they put on for the year. So if they do need more, or some things change. If they don't spend enough on other events, they can add more to it or take away. It's how we work as our organization. But it more serves as a transitional sort of thing, right?
Is there any more debate in adding the stipulation? Seeing none, all those in favor of adding the stipulation that ticket prices will be set for non-undergraduates at a rate higher than CCA's fee? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Seeing a clear majority in the affirmative, that passes. Now, hold on, I have to write this language. Okay, now Now we will move into considering the budget line by line. Going by the, let's see. We'll move into sports clubs. The very top of sports clubs. We'll start with Alpine Ski. The way in which I'm going by this is that if you look at the sports club and you have anything that you would like us to consider, stop me. If not, I will copy and paste EBC's decision over, and that would be the GSS decision. Is this understood by the Senate? And is there any gripes against this? Seeing none, DPS Thompson, do you have a?
Point of privilege, our Zoom is about to expire, so if we can't do anything about that, BJ, take good notes.
Are we able to reset our Zoom meeting, and just start another one? Okay, so we will wait just a little bit. There's a senator on the question to have a 5-minute recess. Senator Levack.
Yeah.
I really think we're at an 10-minute recess.
Is there any, I didn't hear a second. Okay, is there any discussion or debate on the motion to add a 10-minute recess? Senator Cowan.
If we have a 10-minute recess now, we're not getting out of here till like further after 10 p.m. I would rather have like a 5-minute recess and get out of here sooner. He said discussion or debate.
I apologize, sorry.
Thank you very much.
Representative Emmer.
2-minute break, let's rip off his Band-Aid, people, let's go.
Okay, Senator Black.
I think we should do the 10-minute recess because it would be funny.
Yes.
It's my life.
Motion previous. Motion previous. All those in favor of the motion to previous? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Seeing clear majority, the motion to previous passes. We will now consider the motion to have a 10-minute recess right now. All of those in favor of the motion to have a 10-minute recess right now. All of those. All those abstaining, seeing clear majority in the negative, that fails. Is there, Senator Collmore?
Motion to add a 5-minute recess.
Motion to add a 5-minute recess, bring a second, any discussion or debate on the 5-minute recess? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining, clear majority that passes. We will reconvene at 9:57.
Was that? Yeah.
Ever drank before.
That's your first drink on your 21st birthday?
Maybe not today. I'm okay. Crucified, somebody goes there. Yeah, my mother, so I don't know which one it is.
Where's the whole like? Yeah, one guy. There was no we haven't been seeing.
May 1st, yeah.
Okay. Go from there.
I was like, if you.
I'm gonna have Yeah, so the thing is.
It's just next time.
Like 30 minutes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. 90%. I go there, I go stay. Make my life. You cannot job. You can't start in
Yeah, we. Reporting sufficient. If you're okay with
It's just
the sheer amount of time that takes the most.
I just keep going for it. Be great at it.
Yeah.
We would have loved to start, one of the other conditions. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said,
We go to CCA, to get stuff also.
No, I, some.
Waiting to sign up to say.
Yeah, I'm just covered.
Because there's.
You're on the.
How are you feeling?
Nah, you're too busy.
It's still been hard.
I just got my tips.
Okay, so now, are we recording? Yes, we are. Amazing. So I'll go sports club by sports club. If anybody would like to consider for debate or take time to write a amendment form as I go through it, bring up your points and write your amendment form while we discuss it as a Senate. But I will consider each sports club in its entirety and not going line by line. And we'll break it down more if somebody brings it up. So starting with alpine ski. Is anybody against alpine ski? Seeing none. We'll be moving on to baseball. I guess, is there any discussion or debate on baseball? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on boxing? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on crew? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on the equestrian team? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on field hockey? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on figure skating? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on men's hockey? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on men's lacrosse? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on men's rugby? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on men's soccer? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on men's ultimate frisbee? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on mountain biking? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on pickleball? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on club tennis? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on men's volleyball? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on swimming? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on women's basketball? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on women's volleyball? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on women's fast pitch softball? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on women's hockey? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on women's lacrosse? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on women's rugby? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on women's soccer? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on women's ultimate frisbee? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on Woodsman team? Seeing none. Does anybody have editing privileges?
Yeah.
You do?
We do the copy paste thing?
Yeah, could you copy and paste from the word? Thank you. Okay, now we'll be moving on to boards. The boards will be considered line by line, not as full entities. So we'll start with the Honors College Student Leadership Council. Is there any discussion or debate on $800 for a Maine Day meal pack out team leaderships? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on advertising materials for $200? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on Maine Day meal pack out meals for $9,000? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on food for $1? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on the resolution as a whole for $10,001 to the Honors College Student Leadership Council? Seeing none. We're moving on to the Interfraternity Council. Is there any discussion or debate on printing funds for $200? Seeing none. Philanthropy support funding for $1. Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Is there any recruiting support, any discussion or debate on recruiting support funding for $100? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on CCA rental contribution for $850? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on Greek Gala contribution of $850? Seeing none. Any discussion or debate on Greek Week events for $3,000? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on graduation items for $355? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on NIC officer things for $100? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on the NGLA conference for $1? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on academic support, or in this case, the My Greek Study software program for $400? Seeing none. Any discussion or debate on office supplies for $150? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on NIC dues for $3,600? Seeing none. Is there any general discussion or debate on the Interfraternity Council's request of $9,607 for their annual budget? Seeing none. We'll be working on Pan-Hellenic Council next. So. For panel and council. Panel and council, I will review the slip once we get to the line item, in the budget. Panel and council, recruitment software usage fee is $1,000. Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Panel and council, recruitment shirts, for $3,500. Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Printing services for $50. Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Social media, or sorry, that was zero. Programming for Greek Week, $3,000. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Philanthropy committee, the Circle Sisterhood for $1. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Office supplies for $200. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Badges, cords, and dangles, $600. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Anti-hazing, $250. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. NGLA, $1. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. DEI, $500. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on the totality of panel and council and their annual budget for next year totaling $9,102? Seeing none. Last council. Stickers for $300. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Movie licensing. $1,250. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Food and drink for movies, $100. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Mario Kart in the mall, $1. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Gala funding, $1,000. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Cap decoration supplies, $500. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Trivia night with no prizes as a special or as a stipulation. $500. Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Senior night send off or senior send off venue, $500. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Send off catering, $1,110. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Send off decorations, $300. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Send off activities, $2,209. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Printing funds, $200. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Office supplies, $50. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, considering the totality of senior class council's budget, $8,901 for next year. Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, is there any discussion or debate on all of board totals? Now reading $3,700 or $37,611. Any discussion or debate on boards as a whole? Seeing none, we're moving on to community associations. Student Heritage Alliance Council. For stickers, sorry, not stickers, for printing flyers, $100. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Writing utensils for $40. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Notebooks and binders for $75. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Friends and Family Feast for $6,000. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Shack multicultural formal for $1. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Serviceware for meals, $250. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. The totality of Student Heritage Alliance Council for $6,466.00. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. International Student Association. Fall Country Showcase, $2,500. Any discussion or debate?
What information?
So
What is the unallocated figure with the budget as is, the predicted unallocated figure?
Our projected unallocated figure, well, before we made the reallocation of 2,500 was. Or I guess now it is 2,200, sorry, $228,217.91. President Tripp.
And including the buffer, that becomes,
That is.
that is including the buffer.
Yeah.
Why are we looking at a number that says 71,000?
That's last year's. Sorry, no. That number that we're looking at is the number unamended by EBC, that is the total of the requests, which includes Dylan's request for $370-something thousand. When we could only cut it down, or when we had to cut it down to 200, so it's unaccounted for. If you look underneath all the lines, I see it. I have unallocated by EBC, that is now up to date. So that is $228,217.91.
Okay, we were dooming in the corner and taking Cynthia head. So we're good.
Believe that's still unallocated next year. I was like, this gonna be the worst president ever. Okay, we can continue.
Okay. Okay. So community association, is that where we were? International Student Association, Fall Country Showcase, discussion for debate on their Fall Country Showcase for $2,500.
On that point, can we just clarify, are we like renaming their event? Or we just suggested that they like focus, or have we just put in a stipulation that they focus more on countries, or have we like actually renamed their event?
This is mostly just a rename of the event. There's country features, and Representative Eddie can correct me if I'm wrong, there's country features, which they usually do at the last month of each semester. And they have about 4 countries where they do large scale presentations where they cook all their food. Where the other ones do have small scale coffee hours that do feature or that do focus on a country, just less so and less intensive with the large scale presentation. Am I correct in that, Representative Eddie?
Yeah, just a correction. The country features are actually not limited to 4. Last year, I think we had 7. This year, we so far have 3 countries that have just some 2 more with them. Probably.
President Tripp.
To the senator's point or question, this does not mean that they can't advertise like coffee hours or anything like that. The reason that we did this is because we don't fund food and drinks at any regular meeting of any other club on campus. So the point here was to kind of make a compromise so that we could continue to support that community building that happens, make it slightly lean towards a little bit more educational, and then everything is like good. But like it's just a little bit more of a correction and bringing things again back into line, which I think was also part of the intention anyway, from what I understood, was to bring that stuff back, correct?
Sorry, I didn't get the last one. Sorry, come again.
Just like, that's not a huge step away from.
Oh, no, that's not a big deal.
Yeah.
I just had talked, I talked about this with my team, and it's not a big deal. It's
Right.
not an issue at all.
So any further discussion or debate on the Fall Country Showcase for $2,500? Seeing none, discussion or debate on the Spring Country Showcase for $2,500? Seeing none, a discussion or debate on Culture Fest for $4,000, which can be funded either through facilities, food court equipment, soundboard, police, fire, safety personnel, rec center rental, or motor repair. Seeing no discussion or debate. Moving on to the International Dance Festival, now for $6,300. That can be picked from $4,500 for venue rental, $0 for costumes from us, $1,200 for t-shirts, $400 for dress rehearsal pizza, and $200 for programming, which the total of our requestable items totals exactly the $6,300 that we increased it back up to. Any discussion or debate on that? With the stipulation that ticket prices must be charged for non-undergraduates at a rate higher than the CCA's ticket fee. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, Culture Fest, Bangor Daily News, or posters, funding for $200. Discussion or debate? Seeing none, International Dance Festival, Bangor Daily News, and posters for another $200. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. The total for the International Student Association now sits at $15,700. Is that an approved amount? Somebody's phone.
It might have a corner, I apologize for the.
Seeing nothing, no discussion against that, we'll move on to the Wildstein. Tabling materials for $75, discussion or debate. Seeing none. Printing flyers for $25, any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Meeting food is not requested this year, so craft supplies for $200, any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Transit of Remembrance for $80, any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Day Thanksgiving, $550, any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Drag show for $8,500, any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Lavender prom, $450, any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Lavender graduation, $400, any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Nate, are you having trouble with formatting the sheet?
I would rather figure it out, so you can.
I can continue, okay. Totals for community association at $29,946.00. Is there any discussion or debate on our total for community associations? Seeing none. Moving on to executive committees. We have Vice President for Student Entertainment with advertising and correspondence at $1,000. Are we okay with this? Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. We have equipment and materials at $1,000 for a riot. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. We have programs for $205,002. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, are we okay with the total for the student entertainment annual budget allocation being $207,002? And again, I don't know if I see this or if I forgot to go over this, but the total amount that is our 25% cap is $207,677.98. So this is under that, as well as sports clubs are under it as well. Yeah. Next, Vice President for Student Leadership and Student Leadership Executives. Advertising and correspondence, $2,100. Are we okay with this in discussion or debates? Seeing none. Equipment and materials, $100. We're okay with that. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Office expenses, $100. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Programs, $1,101. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Your committees, Fair Election Practices Commission. For stickers at $200. Do we have any discussion or debate on this? Seeing none. Inauguration invitations at $300. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Flyers at $50. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Voting booth at $20. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Inauguration refreshments at $2,000. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Candidate reimbursement at $500.
Point of order,
Yes,
I have my hand raised.
sorry.
Especially
For which one?
inauguration refreshment.
Inauguration refreshments, Senator Wolfing.
This is the question directed at FEPC. Commissioner Stanford, sorry. I noticed that the amount you requested is the same you requested last year. Has there been an increase in the wells metering prices in the past year?
That's not my request from last year.
Is it more than?
Yes, it is, I think it's 500 to 750 more than last year.
That was all.
Senator DeLorme,
It's also, director of the WPC chair, I think it's, what is the attendance we have typically of non-student government students at the inauguration?
So non-student government students, ooh, we didn't, so we don't do RSVP or check-in or anything, so I don't know exactly. I know we had quite a few from friends of the higher executive board, friends of the inaugurated president and vice president that year. And then we also have a lot of administrative, like higher up administrative people. I know we had the president for TPG. And so having those kind of people, I think is also important with this, but there were quite a few there were very few senators, but there were a lot of students, I will say.
Is there any more discussion or debate on the inauguration refreshments under Fair Election Practices Commission budget? Senator Weber.
What a privilege. The software refreshments last year was 1,200 total, so it is an increase due to people and businesses.
Any more discussion or debate on inauguration refreshments? Seeing none, candidate reimbursements for $500. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, the total for Fair Election Practices Commission being $3,070. Are we okay with that? Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, marketing and public relations. Are we okay with printing flyers reading $650? All right. Any discussion or debate on that? Seeing none, any discussion or debate on merch at $1? Seeing none, any discussion or debate on equipment and materials at $1,200? Seeing none, moving on to budgets. Under legal services, is there any discussion or debate on advertising and correspondence at $1,000? Seeing none, discussion or debate at education, bar insurance, registration, and membership at $1,755. Seeing none, any discussion or debate on the law library being $910? Seeing none, any discussion or debate on office expenses being $1,220? Seeing none, any discussion or debate on parking decal and BJ/Sam's Club membership being $95? Seeing none, any discussion or debate on work study and / payroll being $5,180? Seeing none, any discussion or debate on legal consultation for $4,735? Seeing none, are we okay with the legal services total budget being $14,895? Okay, moving on to Student Government Inc. Office. Advertising and correspondence at $500. Any discussion or debate? Awards and recognition at $1,000. Any discussion or debate? Oh, sorry, under.
No, the one that we're currently on. I have a question. That is like, what is that, stoles and the student leadership stuff or?
Yep, certificates, stoles, anything that we give out.
Not student leadership stuff.
No, yeah,
Yes.
Oh, okay.
my scholarship is separate, because that's from the
actual fund.
The fund, but yeah, certificates, the frames I got, stoles, and then I believe Pam also gets the vice president's gavel and the name plaques from that budget as well.
Okay.
Any further discussion or debate on awards and recognition? Seeing none. Under bank charges for $100, any discussion or debate? Seeing none. Under the executive fund, under computers and accessories for all of student government, $1,500. Any discussion or debate? Senator Oldfield.
I know traditionally, the DOT takes care of a lot of the computer and accessories for student government. Is there, I know we don't have an incoming DOT. Is there a plan for like transitioning some of the technology in the office, which is why there was an increase in the budget, or is this just expecting things to break because they do?
There's not really a plan to transition DOT to having a full budget, is that what you're asking?
No,
Let's keep moving on.
Oh, upgrade the tech.
yeah, if there's a plan for it, or if it's just planning to potentially need it.
It's just planning to need it.
Okay.
Any other discussion or debate on computers and accessories? Senator BPSL planning.
I will just say as a point of privilege, to Senator Oldfield's point, those computers which, I mean, you yourself used when you were VPSL, Senator Thompson's had to be, oh, sorry, I'm so sorry, don't, Vice President Thompson's had to be replaced, earlier this year. I don't use mine because of how slow it is, and I know you have had issues with how slow it is, so it's definitely something that, as a returning executive, to be aware of next year.
Any further discussion or debate on computers and accessories? Seeing none, executive fund for the president at $2,000. Any discussion or debate? Senator Oldfield.
Already have a lot of questions. So not, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, like the President Trump. The executive funds don't always get, like the full amount doesn't always get used. What happens with the unused amount for the next year?
It becomes part of the rollover. So it's like an anticipated part of the rollover. It's certainly true that like this year, I don't think that we spent very much from either of our executive funds. There have been years where I think last year or the year before where we zeroed out one because of an emergency thing. So it's like really handy to have. And honestly is there to kind of fill the gaps of anything that's needed. I know one time I put $5 in the cans bank account so it wouldn't close. And then another time, I believe it was my activity fee, geez, my executive fund that covered part of the gap. Maybe I'm talking. I think it was my executive fund one year that covered the gap when the hair care fair had the money wasn't there fully to compensate. So stuff like that.
Any further discussion or debate on the president's executive funds? Seeing none. Any discussion or debate on the vice president fund of $2,000? Seeing none. Any discussion or debate on legal and accounting at $14,000? Seeing none. Any discussion or debate on office equipment at $1,500? Seeing none. Any discussion or debate on office supplies at $7,000? Seeing none. Any discussion or debate on the photocopy service contract at $70? Senator Oldfield.
First thing is one of the parking decals, which I didn't ask about. So there's also parking and like Sam's Club BJ membership in legal. So is the other one for the 2 parking passes for BJ and Pam?
Under you want anything? Or were you talking?
No, for the student government e-office budget.
In photocopy service contract?
No, the parking decal right above it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Both of them.
The answer is yes. Yeah. Sorry. Is there any further discussion or debate on photocopy service contract or parking decals? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on postage for $400? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on professional classes for $2,500? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on repairs and maintenance for $500? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on telephone for $384 on the dot? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on ballot retirement professional for $4,900? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on payroll for $1,800? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on GSS catering at $7,000? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on the student government office budget as a whole, reading $58,154? Seeing none. Under insurance. Is there any discussion or debate on corporate insurance reading $4,500? Seeing none, is there any discussion or debate on group health insurance reading $44,265? Seeing none, is there any discussion or debate on Cigna Eye and Dental reading $2,110? Seeing none, is there any discussion or debate on workers' compensation insurance reading $2,000? Seeing none, is there any discussion or debate on the total insurance budget reading $52,875? Seeing none, moving on to special allocations. Is there any discussion or debate on campus groups reading $10,000? Seeing none. That is the total for special allocations. Is there any discussion or debate on my projected revenue amounts of $608,160 in the fall and $563,052 in the spring? Senator Oldfield.
You said this estimate came from the bursar's office?
Enrollment management.
Okay, and they're expecting an increase in enrollment this year from last year?
Yes.
Okay.
And for one semester, I think, and the other one a little bit down.
Okay.
If I remember correctly. Any other questions? You guys all had.
This is enrollment numbers, right? So that assumes everyone enrolled pays a student activity fee?
Yes, which is why we buffer 500. Any further discussion, debate, or questions on my projected revenue figures? Seeing none, moving on to compensation. Any discussion or debate on office salaries totaling $193,759.04? Seeing none. Any discussion or debate on the student government, student taxable wages, reading $78,535. Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on transitional executive training compensation, reading $2,705.50? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on student taxable wages for boards and community associations, reading $32,190? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on payroll taxes reading $26,337.87? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on unemployment taxes reading $6,972.87? Seeing none. Is there any discussion or debate on our compensation total as a whole reading $340,500.09? Seeing none. I need to populate our budget overview page with a certain numbers that I missed from earlier. It's mostly populated, I think, but I just want to make sure. DPSL pen, can you help me with this? In the meantime, I will let Senate chat. Don't sorry, me. We're all in good. I'm not. You can just Right, you're down to a class with us.
I.
If you delete it, it won't be actually. This is tripping some hours. All of these are.
I think it'd be good to try higher, but I wants to get that.
Nineteen 98, so.
Or like 2 years ago, we like the bump gas company, kind of saying.
I think a fellow salad. Wow, those stuff like that now.
I know.
Give some, it was sanitized there?
Yeah, but it smells like.
Sorry, guys.
So correct. The watch collection. It just smells like the nice guy that's like really cheap cologne.
I learned from last year,
All right, everybody brings your attention to our unallocated figure at the bottom. After all of the approved amounts by Senate, our unallocated figure, starting projected for next year, is $223,866.91. Senator Blat.
Is that good or bad?
President Trip.
Sorry, I just got a really true candy and it's like choking me. Really good. In the last 2 years, I faced unallocated of roughly 60 to 70 grand. With this increase, this is like a very healthy amount. Where did we fall ultimately with the raise this year?
We had like 400,000.
Right, but after
After that, we were sitting around like 270, if I remember correctly.
and then tier adjustments.
And then tier adjustments.
Okay, so it's a little bit lower than it was last year, but we've also done a lot of that, like reallocating for things. This is like exactly, honestly, at 150 where student government should aim to be consistently, because more than that, you get into a situation where like part of why we do an annual budget is because we want to put anticipated costs onto a budget. But these two. So very good, very safe, much better than we thought it was a few minutes ago. We were kind of freaking out. So everyone should feel good about where this is landing.
Any further questions, any discussion, or any debate on our unallocated figure? And in truth, on the budget as a whole? Seeing no further discussion or debate, would the clerk call a roll call vote, and all those in favor saying aye, and all those opposed saying nay? Senators only.
Senator Vanderwood.
Aye.
Senator Schultz.
Aye.
Senator St. Pierre.
Here.
Aye. How many are approving the budget?
Senator DeLore.
Aye.
Senator St. Lawrence.
Aye.
Senator Levack.
Aye.
Senator Cowan.
Aye.
Senator Santinella.
Aye.
Senator Inman.
Aye.
Senator Dana.
Aye.
Senator Smith.
Aye.
Senator Goodspeed.
Aye.
Senator Zurab. Senator Vlad.
Aye.
Senator Van Beek.
Aye.
Senator La Madrid. Senator Oldfield.
Aye.
Senator Bergmark. Senator Rivera.
Aye.
Senator Weber.
Aye.
Senator Seward.
Aye.
Senator Rideout.
Aye.
Senator Soper.
Aye.
Senator Zelo. Senator Collimore.
Aye.
Senator Sparks.
Aye.
Senator Crowdy.
Aye.
Senator Whitehead.
Aye.
Senator Supker.
Aye.
Senator Donovan.
Aye.
Senator Cummings.
Aye.
Senator Joy.
Aye.
Was there a Senator Zurab? Did I miss anybody?
Would the clerk be willing to read the approval or denial? Or give a confirmation? I'm gonna give it.
31 to the aye out of 33.
Senator Blatt.
Let's give a round of applause to the VPFA for anything.
And you're all good. Hearing a second, if that's the pleasure of the Senate, that's adopted and we are adjourned.